Good evening, Tom Maddox with ABC News. A learner driver who killed the man and then fled the country says he will be tortured if he's forced to return to Australia. Court reporter Danny Tran.
In 2008, Dean Hofstee was walking with a friend in Southbank when a car mounted the footpath and killed him. The driver was Paneet, a learner who was drunk and speeding. Paneet pleaded guilty to dangerous driving causing death, but before he could be sentenced, he fled back home to India, where he's been a fugitive ever since. He's now back in custody, but is fighting extradition attempts. Today, his lawyers claimed he would be tortured in Australia, something which prosecutors reject. Paneet will face an extradition hearing later this month.
Victoria's COVID-19 commander says he doesn't believe the state is on the same coronavirus trajectory as New South Wales. Victoria has recorded 334 new cases today and one death, a man in his 70s from Coburg in Melbourne's north who wasn't vaccinated. Jerome Weinmar says Victoria should smash its target of vaccinating 70% of eligible people with at least one dose by September the 23rd by a few days. He's urging people to stick to the restrictions so outbreaks in the city's north and west are contained.
I think it is still in our hands. We have it within us. If we grip this up, stick with those directions, stick with those difficult things we're all being asked to do and hold that together for a relatively short period of time.
The Prime Minister is urging states to end border closures once vaccine targets are reached. West Australian Premier Mark McGowan says he has no intention of welcoming fully vaccinated people from New South Wales to visit over Christmas. That's despite projections showing 80% of all Australians over 16 will be vaccinated by then. Scott Morrison has told Nine Radio premiers need to listen to the medical advice that led the national plan.
I understand that people want things to be safe, but this is a safe plan. You can't stay locked away forever. That is just not, if not at 80%, then when? Well, 85, 90, 95? I mean, you can't move the goalposts. We've done the work. We've worked out what's the safe way to do this.
4 more fines have been issued to people who attended an illegal gathering in Melbourne earlier this week. A total of 11 $5,500 fines have now been handed to people who were at the Jewish New Year event at a synagogue in Ripponlea. A 72-year-old man has also been charged with assaulting a 45-year-old news cameraman outside the synagogue. He'll face court next year. Overseas, a Chinese foreign ministry spokesman has described today's phone call between the President Xi Jinping and his US counterpart as positive and productive. Joe Biden requested the call and the pair spoke about the pandemic, trade and the responsibility of both nations to ensure competition does not become conflict. Foreign Ministry spokesman Li Jianzhao told reporters the two major powers have an obligation to the world to cooperate.
When China and the United States cooperate, the two countries and the world will benefit. When the two countries are in confrontation, the two countries and the world will suffer. Getting the relationship right is not an option, but something we must do and must do well.
Drug maker Moderna is developing a single vaccine that combines a booster dose against COVID-19 with its experimental flu shot. The company hopes to eventually add the two vaccines together to be used as an annual shot against both illnesses. Moderna's COVID-19 vaccine uses the same mRNA technology as the Pfizer vaccine. A former Afghan refugee who plays professional soccer in the US says it's devastating to see the treatment of women at the hands of the new Taliban regime. Nadia Nadim grew up in Denmark after her father was killed by the militant group and now plays for the racing Louisville FC club in the States. She says a decision by Cricket Australia not to hold an international test against the Afghan men's side if a ban on women's cricket is confirmed by the Taliban sends a strong message.
If you want to bring the change, I think they have to be held accountable for their decisions because their decisions are going to impact millions of lives and future of the country.
The fifth cricket test between India and England in Manchester has been cancelled at the last minute due to a COVID-19 scare. A statement from English cricket's governing body says India was unable to field a team for the match due to fears of a further increase in the number of cases. It reached 19 in Melbourne today. ABC News.
chance. Big shout for leg before, and she's given.
Coming down the track straight over the bowler's head.
Bowls the next delivery. Stumps. Here she comes down the pitch. And that's some way to bring up a half century.
Women's international cricket.
Struck on the pad out, LBW. Drive straight, beats the infield, it's 4. They come for a second. Throw on its way. Shoot, run out. Australia bowled out.
Australia versus India starts September 21.
The 2021 AFL Final Series. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Melbourne and Geelong battled it out for the minor premiership at the end of the home and away season of 2021, and it was the Demons who claimed their first top spot finish to a year since 1964 with a goal after the siren to Max Gawn. They meet again in the first preliminary final, a berth in the grand final of 2021 up for grabs this evening at Perth Stadium. Good to have you with us wherever you're listening around the nation. Clint Wilden in commentary for the Demons and the Cats, and this is a big one. Ben Cameron, welcome along.
Yeah, thank you, Clint. Can't wait. 4 of the last 7 matches between these two teams have been decided by 4 points or less. So generally they've played close ones. Hopefully we get that again tonight. We know what happened in round 23 with Max Gawn kicking the goal after the siren to hand the D's the minor premiership. They do have that 57-year millstone hanging around their neck, though. Can they break the curse of Norm Smith? To do that, they need to win today and get to the grand final in a fortnight's time.
Can they take a step closer, the Demons, to ending the heartache of more than half a century? The Cats, though, they've got their own ideas, wanting to go a step better than they did in season 2020. Cara Antonio, the Fremantle AFLW captain, is with us, but I first have to say a big hello to Shane Woden. Your heart is, well, genuinely beating true tonight, Wowie. No bias in the commentary, please, but let the audience know, our listeners around the nation, what are you actually wearing in the ABC box tonight?
Yes, good afternoon, Clint, listeners, Cara, Benny. Great to be here again. For all our listeners out there, and I've been wearing it all day, wore it to work. I've got my 2000 grand final D's jumper on.
The most impressive thing is it still fits. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I haven't gone out too much, have I, really? Since, and it's been 21 years since that fateful day we got belted by the Bombers. But, proud day, historic day today. Looking forward to this occasion, and fingers crossed they boys can do enough to get the job done and get through.
We've heard an awful lot this week, and it's been tremendous as well about what it would mean for Melbourne supporters everywhere. For someone who was there at the club, who experienced the disappointment of a grand final defeat, but knows what it means to those who wear red and blue, how are the nerves tonight for you?
I'm okay at the moment. See how we go 20 minutes into the last quarter and where the game's at and how it is. But yeah, it not only means for the past players who have represented, for the people who have gone past, the people that we've lost in the recent years. And I've talked of Jimmy, who's did so much for the footy club, Sean White, Troy Broadbridge, and Bailey. You know, these guys have done enormous amounts of fight for the footy club. So, for the players who have gone past, and 21 years ago for that group who are still very close today, this will be huge.
Cara, welcome to you.
Clint, Benny, Wowie, and listeners, thanks for having me. How good is this? Finals footy in Perth. Wowie, love the jumper, love the spirit. I'm really looking forward to this contest. Love the way the D's have tackled the last half of the season in particular. Obviously that round 23 clash, and then their win against the Lions. And, you know, Geelong have got something to prove, I think. Disappointing in that first final, but bounced back last weekend. So really looking forward to tonight.
We're always getting accused of being biased here in Perth when it comes to AFL commentary. Tonight we certainly are with what you're wearing, Shane Woden. Let's head downstairs. Someone who'd be very happy with what Wowie's got on is with Bridget Lacey. Bridget, welcome.
Hello, Clint. Yes, I've got Melbourne CEO Gary Pert with me here tonight, which is great for you to join us so close to the bounce. Gary, you'll be pleased to know Shane Woden is wearing his grand final jumper from 21 years ago tonight in the commentary box. So
that's great to hear.
Firstly, as the CEO, how are you feeling right now? Do you get really nervous at this point?
Well, I am nervous because unlike the players and coaches who can actually do something about it for the next few hours, I'm like everyone else. I'll be sitting in the crowd watching everything that we do in the preparation to make sure that the players have got everything they need to be ready for the game. But for the next few hours, I'll be just sitting there sweating with so much at stake, and so many Melbourne supporters are so excited about the opportunity, and it's great to see so much red and blue in the crowd already.
I was going to ask you that. Are you feeling the love here in Perth? Because it does feel like the neutrals have jumped on board, and from what I've seen on social media, etc., during the week, you're not taking that for granted. You've also put a lot of things in place to try and encourage those who are thinking of going with the D's through this final series.
Yeah, we've got the Western Demons over here, which is our supporter group, and apart from that, we've had people travel interstate, and as you said, we've had so many people contact us and say, my team's out of the finals now, I love the story, I love your players, I love what you're doing, and they're going to jump on board. So they were asking for flags and caps, and they're going to be at the ground. So a lot of these people here today that have got Melbourne on, we're calling it a D's for the day, here to support us, and hopefully when we kick a goal there'll be a big roar, and the players love that.
And you also were offering hot chips vouchers for the first to arrive here tonight, and scarves, and you had a bandwagon bus leaving from Fremantle and picking people up?
Yeah, so we had the bandwagon bus, and it's got the players and the colours all over it, and the supporters could book it, those Melbourne supporters, and we picked them up and brought them to the game. And so that was a bit of fun and good publicity. But you can do all the marketing in the world, but you offer 1,000 of the first supporters to roll up with the red and blue on, and you get a tub of hot chips, and that's had a great response as well. So first 1,000 here with all the colours on will get a meal to start the night off.
And a perfect night for some hot chips. I'll throw you upstairs for some questions. Clint Wilden, Ben Cameron, Shane Woden and Cara Antonio.
Gary, Clint Wilden here. Were you surprised by how Perth has adopted Melbourne? I was walking around a number of shopping centres throughout the week, and well, the shops have sold out of red and blue kit. You can't buy Demon stuff here.
Yeah, look, I think it's people appreciate it. It has been a long time. We haven't had a lot of final success, and we haven't had a premiership for over 50 years, and everyone knows that story. And I think they've watched us play, and I think they like the story of how it's unfolded this year. And in Melbourne, as well as in Perth, we've just had so many people jump on board and say, if my team's not going to be there, I'm right behind you, and we're really appreciating that love.
Do you see this as an opportunity to build the brand of the football club? Like Essendon, for example, many years ago became a national club, so too Collingwood. Do you see, for all the disappointment of not being able to play at the MCG, a real opportunity here for Melbourne?
Oh, there's no doubt that the best thing that we can do is just be performing well each week. It was frustrating this year not to be at the MCG in front of 70, 80,000 like Shane would have experienced in his career. But we just said, all right, well, what we've got to do is play a style of football while it's on television. The whole of Australia can watch it. We've got to win games. We've got to make the finals, do well in the finals. And that's how you build your brand. It's how you bring your members back and you build your supporter base. So that's what we're in the process. And really, we need to do that over a sustained period. So we want to be doing this over the next 4 or 5 years. It's why we respect Geelong so much, what they've done over the last 10 years. But that's what our strategy is.
Gary, you made the prelim infamously, I guess, here in 2018. We know what happened there, but what allowed you and the club to keep the faith in Simon Goodwin in 2019 and 2020 to arrive us here?
Well, as most of you would know, I did a review at the end of last year, and one of the key things that come out of that was the players love Goody. They have a real faith in our game plan and knew it was something that once we executed it, and we executed it consistently, would bring us back into the finals. And then it was a matter of making sure we build the people and programs around Goody and that really talented player group so that we can have this sustained success over a period of time. And this year hopefully is the start of that. It's not an end point, but hopefully that's a start of this period.
Gary, I know we're about to go into a prelim final, but as the CEO, you're always looking forward, you're always looking at how you can improve. Adam Cerra has now not only been linked to Carlton but also Melbourne. What's the pitch? Why should anyone be interested in joining the D's?
Oh, well, look, we're, like all clubs, we're chatting to quite a few players and player managers at the moment, and you pick up a really good energy and a good feel from the managers and players about where our list is at, where the future is over the next few years. So hopefully players are looking at the Melbourne Footy Club saying, if I was to slot into that team, I can even make them better, and they can share in that success, and that's coming through. We might be talking about it, but it's certainly being acknowledged by the managers and players we're chatting to as well.
Purdy, afternoons, Wally, mate, how are you?
Very good, Wally.
Mate, how's Joondalup been for you in quarantine the last couple of weeks?
Well, it's tough being in isolation. You can only get out and train and those things, but we understand the circumstances. The player group now have been doing this really for the last 18 months. So it's a really good setup, and, we wanted to get here, set up in our base and try and stay here for the whole journey. So we've really enjoyed the facilities there as much as you can within basically a compound. So, it's worked out well so far.
Mate, for our listeners, what does this mean for the Melbourne Footy Club, and not just the club itself and the people who are present right now, but the people who have been involved with the club for a long period of time, whether it's players, supporters? What does this mean for the faithful of the D's?
Well, I think you've only got to see in the social media and through the media platforms, listen to the radio stations and hear how excited that the Melbourne people are. And it just keeps on coming through how proud they are of the players this year and how excited they are of the opportunities. And, for me as a CEO, I want the club to be looking forward to the opportunities that are ahead of us. There's certainly been a lot of talk at times about historically what are the scars, and, that doesn't help us at all looking back onto all those things. So the excitement's there. The players and the supporters are starting to dream and believe that things are possible, and that's what footy clubs are about. So I love that energy and excitement around the club.
Mate, from your eyes, administratively, where's the growth come from in the last 3 years in particular since the 18 prelim? Whether that's not necessarily just the playing group and whatnot, but the footy department, the club itself, administratively, where's the growth, or has it been in all areas?
Oh, well, I think it is in footy clubs grow, in all the areas, and you guys would see that. But, it's a new group of assistant coaches around Goody. Alan Richardson is now heading up the football performance side and just focused on that every single week. There's no doubt that the players, as their bodies are growing, we had a young list that's improving. But if I had to say one thing, I see it as the player leadership group and how they've really taken ownership of the standards and disciplines on and off the field. And that started from pre-season training one. And I think it's just been a real driver, and through this finals that continues. So when you've got those strong leadership groups on and off the field, you tend to be able to perform more consistently. So I would say that's the biggest standout area.
Has Maxi Gawn impressed you that much? Has it been a surprise with his leadership skills and qualities, or you thought it was just a natural fit for him?
Oh, no, look, I think, Maxi's a magnificent leader, and he has been for a long time. What I saw this year was more Stephen May and Jake Lever, Christian Salem, even Christian Petrarca, and these sort of players going, we're going to actually be part of a whole leadership group to support Maxi Gawn and Jack Viney, and we're going to drive this. And so it's the whole leadership group. There's probably 12 or 14 players, and then you've got Nathan Jones and Jake Lever that are supporting that, even for those players that aren't playing through the whole pre-season and during the year. They've been driving and helping the momentum behind the young group as they've prepared themselves and performed this year.
Gary, Cara, Antonio here, all the best for tonight for you and the boys. Just going off Woe's question about Maxi Gawn, how many times has he watched that video replay of his goal in round 23?
Well, he did play it quite a few times, and he's got his own podcast and he continues to promote it. But if anyone talks about the goals historically that he's missed, for some reason he goes very quiet. But I think that was one of the great games, and to finish off the home and away season in that capacity for the players, but for our whole club, you literally had supporters saying it was one of the greatest games they'd ever seen. Grown men were saying we just cried after the game. It was just a great way for us to finish the season on top and propel us into the finals. So it was one of the great games, I think.
And I suppose you've had to wait a couple of weeks since that win against the Lions. What's the vibe been like this week? Obviously, there's a lot of excitement, but is there nerves? What's the vibe been around the boys this week?
Well, we sort of, after that first finals win, we took the next week pretty calmly and we allowed the players to recover, and then we started to build the program in the second week. But in some ways, while we'd love to be in Melbourne and around the MCG, is being here in isolation has allowed us to really contain that activity that happens around the club that's hard to protect the players from, and it can be distracting and quite exhausting. But being in the compound, it's been very focused, been very calm with the coaches and players, and I don't think we could have had a better recovery. So, and lead into this game. So hopefully they can show that out on the ground. But I think our lead into this has been pretty perfect.
Gary, Sam Wiedemann is someone we've only seen a handful of times throughout this season. Do you expect him to be in the red and blue next season?
I do, and I expect him to be in the red and blue for a long time. He's a star. In some ways, he's suffered this year from the fact that we've had very few injuries. Ben Brown's come in and performed well. But we know Weed is going to be a long-term player for us, and we really hope that he can see that. He's going to be very important, and he just needs to wait his turn. He just keeps on developing himself, and we hope that next year he becomes a key, and hopefully he can see that.
And just to double back over it, with Adam Cerra, the reports from The Age were that you guys presented to him during the week. Are you into Adam Cerra, and did that presentation happen?
Oh, look, it's not my job to talk about who we're chatting to. All I'd say is we're chatting to quite a few players and quite a few player managers. Any opportunity to improve our list, we'll explore it. We don't have a lot of room in the salary cap like maybe some of the other clubs do, but we're in quite a few conversations, but we don't discuss those individually as they play out.
Gary, did you spare a thought for Kane Little today? It is a cutthroat industry at times.
Well, as I've said before, it's a contact sport on and off the field, and unfortunately, the clubs, if they're not winning games and tension builds within the club, and you get into this period after the season, we quite often see this. So Kane is a very good administrator. I know him very well. He's a good operator, and I don't like seeing those things happen, but I'm sure he'll end up in a role somewhere else.
And one last one for you, the balance of wanting to play at your historical home ground versus in Perth in front of 60,000. Now you're here. Do you think it's the right decision to be across in front of fans?
Oh, look, there's no doubt that once you get to the preliminary finals and the grand final, this is a spectacle of the sport. So that's where you need to have the big crowds. It needs to be a spectacle for all supporters, and even people that aren't big AFL fans, that we can bring into the game because they can see the spectacle. And I think these two teams playing tonight have shown that they're capable of putting on an amazingly close battle. Full stadium with plenty of noise. I think it's going to be exciting tonight.
You've got the neutrals. Best of luck.
Great. Thanks, guys.
Gary Pert, the CEO of the Melbourne Football Club, joining us here on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio, and on Sport Digital. Good you could be with us wherever you happen to be around the nation. If you'd like to get in touch, you can do so via the SMS 0437 774 774 0437 774 774. Shane Woden alongside Cara Antonio, and he's just strolled in from his latest corporate gig. Harry Taylor providing some much needed balance to this ABC broadcast box. Good to see you, Harry.
Good to see you guys as well. I was nervous last week. I'm even more nervous this week, and I'm sitting next to a man who is full dressed in his proud Melbourne colours. I have got a little bit of my Geelong colours on for those Geelong fans listening, but I'm excited. I'm very, very excited, and it's a weird feeling not being able to influence the result from afar. I've been very fortunate to be able to have an impact on the result of a game as a player, But as a spectator, there's very, very little I can do. I can yell as loud as I want. I'm not sure it's going to impact how the boys play.
So tell us about prelim finals. Often this weekend's regarded as the purest form of footy. It's often, from the other side of the nation, the chance for all the supporters to go along and cheer for their teams. There is so much at stake. You win, and forever at least you've played in a grand final. Lose, and the season seems like such a terrible waste. How nerve-wracking in particular is a prelim?
That's a really good summary of how your emotions go. I was fortunate enough to play in 9 of them. I think I'm 1-4, so not a fantastic record, but it was always a balance between trying to think of the outcome, as you mismentioned, the opportunity to play in a grand final, the parade, all of these fantastic things associated with a grand final, versus probably feeling like the other 15 teams or 16 teams, if my maths are right, that don't get that chance. So you do feel like a bit of a failure if you don't progress to that next game, and that's probably the mindset that you battle and you wrestle throughout the entire week leading into this game. Once the game starts, you can sort of park that a little bit, but to be fair, it does sort of prop itself every now and again. When you look at the scoreboard, your mind does sort of start to drift again to those things. So it is very much a balance.
You played one in your first year, didn't you? Yeah. Run us through that feeling. Like you're a 21-year-old, come over, and all of a sudden in your first season of footy, playing a prelim, and then get to the grand final. I know that, but the first prelim, what was that like?
Yeah, the fortunate thing about being really young in your career is you're very naive. So, as I mentioned about those mindset things, you don't know what to think because you haven't really had the experience before. So I've got no doubt, reading back on some of the notes that I took, I was very, very nervous and anxious, but I probably just didn't have hindsight and experience on my side to make that even sort of the pull of that even stronger, if that makes sense. I was probably just a little bit naive to it all. I mean, first year I've come over from playing in the Waffle, and I'm playing in a grand final. It was unbelievable. In a preliminary final, I think it was about 80 odd thousand people. It was an amazing experience. But it's been a hell of a journey for sure since that first one.
9 prelims.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Joel Selwood's about to play in his 11th, which is quite incredible. Geelong overall, 77 games of prelim final experience. Melbourne, just 14. So there is a lot of experience on this day, and they say every disadvantage has its advantage. Geelong are rolled, but they get the advantage of experience with that.
Which way do you sit? Experience versus youthful endeavour? Where would you rather be, Harry, Shane?
Yeah, probably with hindsight again on my side now, I think it's somewhere in the middle, to be honest. I think early days you can be probably overawed by the occasion a little bit. But at the other end, if you've been in a few, like probably my case, I used to get really nervous and anxious as well, purely because of the build-up and the fact that I'd been there before but had lost the game, or, all those emotions tend to sometimes be a bit of a hindrance, mate, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Probably just over the halfway side of the experience component, I reckon, again, just about because you've learnt to control the emotions of that first-time experience. It is it's overwhelming, that first prelim. I certainly learnt. I was prelim in my second year, and we got belted, and a couple of years later I was able to get one and win one. So, but felt very different because I'd been there before. So that certainly helped, I thought.
The nerves, I would imagine, would be jangling at the moment for every player, particularly those who haven't had a lot of this experience. That first bounce, is there an advantage there perhaps for the Cats because they are so battle-hardened at this level? Would you expect them to go flying in early doors?
Oh, I think you have to. I don't think you can stand back and wait in a final. I think you want to, especially for the Cats, they need to start strong, I think, to have impact on the scoreboard and provide Tommy Hawkins and Cameron up forward with as much opportunity. So, yeah, as the Cats, I'd want to, throw my weight around in there with the Dangerfields, the Guthries and Selwood and make a statement. Melbourne will be fresh, have had an extra week off, but I don't think that's anything in finals footy. You find an extra gear in these types of games, and it'll be interesting to see how both sides start.
Cara Antonio, Shane Woden and Harry Taylor, our experts on Grandstand AFL. You just heard San Cisco playing in the background, so if that's who they've got playing ahead of the preliminary final, grand final entertainment certainly bodes to be big. Good you could be with us wherever you are right around the nation. Very shortly we'll be catching up with Matthew Knights, the Geelong assistant coach. We'll go downstairs and find out what's happening in the Cats camp. There are no late changes to let you know about either. James Jordan for Melbourne will be the medical sub. For Geelong, it's Sean Higgins. Plenty more to come here from Perth Stadium as we build up to the first preliminary final on Grandstand AFL.
Inspiring audiobooks from some of Australia's most beloved storytellers are now free to stream on the ABC Listen app.
This isn't just my story. This is the story of so many other young people.
The best homegrown fiction.
Tilly decided she would go back to Dunkertar.
Real-life Australian stories.
Some of what I've done has not been pretty to watch. Imagine what it was like to live through it.
And so much more.
This is paradise.
A great range of audiobooks free to stream on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The biggest test, the biggest stage was finals, and to play well in finals was the true test of a footballer.
I think you catch yourself sometimes thinking about what if, dare to dream, I suppose, and why can't it be us?
So just fulfilled my childhood dream. Not many people get to experience that and do that.
The moment you can absorb it and soak it in, there is nothing else like it. It's just pure ecstasy.
You put in so much hard work with each other, and to be able to actually get through it and then to win something like that is just the ultimate, I think, in footy.
Unbelievable feeling, the whole year, the blood, sweat and tears, the grind, tremendous mateship that emanated from every player. This is what football is all about.
At that first bounce, at the first contest that you go, you must make a statement.
Whatever you do in this quarter is going to make an enormous difference to the rest of your life.
We must not come off this ground and die wondering.
We started at the bottom of the mountain with everyone else, but to be the very last side on the top is an incredible journey.
This is the 2021 AFL Final Series. Grandstand AFL.
And so it all comes down to this.
The carrot's there and the dream is alive. We've got to make sure we take care of business.
We're gonna be kids. AFL.
Pulls the trigger on goal and goes boom.
That is a moment of inspiration.
Did he find one early? Oh, yes, he could.
We're gonna be. How much do you want it? How much do you need it? How much do you want this? We're gonna be kids.
That's around the body. Sensational goal. Outside of the boot from the impossible angle. 40 out. What a superstar.
An individual piece of brilliance.
We're gonna be kids.
To the right forward, clock it. Pretty damn good, mate. Oh, yeah.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter.
Cameron wheels around, goes whack on the left, spins onto his right boot, flies a kick goal and puts it through. Super finish.
That is the absolute elite of the elite.
Tapped it twice with his left hand, gathered in the right forward pocket. That is brilliant.
And that's what brings fans through the game.
With a talk from 55. That is the cream on the cake.
We're gonna be kids.
The 2021 AFL Final Series.
Goes for home. They're red hot.
Turns, whacks it straight through the middle.
Holds his arms out wide and tells them
To get excited. Head pass to Bailey Smith. Bailey Smith, be the hero. That's an absolute beauty. The roar will tell you the story.
Cue the noise.
The captain delivers in a big moment. Buckle up. It's going to be a big few weeks.
The 2021 AFL Finals.
Live from Perth Stadium. On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
The two oldest clubs in the league go head-to-head to try to be the first team through to the grand final of 2021. The minor premier, Melbourne, up against the Cats. So often in this game, a preliminary final. Their fifth time they've been here in 6 years. For the Demons, It's their first time here since 2018 when they were in the West. And they'll have to get over what was a 66-point shellacking that day. Melbourne up against Geelong, a huge game coming up on Grandstand AFL. The Cats have just made their way out onto the ground. Here come the Demons. They are most definitely the home side tonight as far as Perth favouritism is concerned. The stadium, a sea of red and blue compared to a small gathering of Cats fans at the Farmer Freeway end of the stadium. What's to look forward to? Clint Wilden with you alongside Ben Cameron in commentary. Our experts, Shane Woden, Harry Taylor and Cara Antonio. Let's head down into the Geelong rooms. Matthew Knights has been good enough to join us. He's downstairs with our boundary rider, Bridget Lacey.
Thanks, Clint. Matthew, good of you to join us pre-game. We've had a bit of rain already this evening. Does that change anything for Geelong heading into tonight?
No, we've had a few comments already that a few people from the crowd said we brought the Geelong weather with us just for today. But no, it doesn't change a lot. I think, the ground's in mint condition. The surface is amazing. So, I think it'll dry out pretty quickly. And, if there's no more weather between now and game time, I think it'll be by playing a dry game, really. And the players will adapt really quickly from both teams.
So you think being able to possess the ball, like I guess you like to with your style, you can still do that tonight?
Yeah, I think so. But I think we last week we showed we took opportunities to go a bit quicker when we had the chance. And I think that's part of what we've got to do tonight when you can't wait. Obviously they're pretty good, Melbourne, and getting behind the ball and setting up in line with the ball, particularly Lever and May and Petty and guys like that. So if we get the chance to move it quick, we will tonight. But there'll be times where we have to be a bit more composed as well.
Now you have been in quarantine here in the West, Matthew, up until this morning. How has it been down there at Freo in quarantine, and what was the first thing you did when you were able to get out and about today?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. We've been very fortunate to be pretty settled for the last couple of weeks. We've had trainings at East Freo. We've had a couple of trainings at Optus Stadium. And the motel we've been in at the Trade Winds has been outstanding. So it's been good. And then come 12:30 today, there was sort of a bit of a line-up to get out the door. And I think myself, Corey Enright, Sean Grigg and Scarlo went down and got a coffee just along the water and walked about 5 or 6 Ks. So it was great to be out. It was a lovely day.
And you'll be hoping you're here for a bit longer, Matthew. I'll throw you upstairs for some questions. It's Clint Wilden, Ben Cameron, Cara Antonio and Shane Woden.
Afternoon, Matty. Shane Woden here, mate. Iconic spots, those ones, the Trade Winds and Old Shark Park at East Fremantle. Mate, couple of questions. I know it's probably irrelevant and have been a couple of occasions here and weeks ago. What do you take away from your previous two performances against the D's this year, and you've lost both of them?
Yeah, I felt early in the season we weren't probably in that game. I thought Melbourne dominated for majority, and even though it was only a 3 or 4 goal margin, I didn't think we're ever in that game. Whereas the game later in the year, we obviously got out to a really good lead. Both teams had times in the game when they had their way, and unfortunately, Melbourne come pretty hard late, and we weren't able to keep them out. I think they got to us pretty quick in that last quarter, in about 10-12 minutes to go, and it's pretty much an arm wrestle from there on. So, we took probably a lot more out of the second game, the learnings of it, particularly early in that last quarter. We would like to execute a bit better in a few of our areas, but in saying that, the Demons played super footy in that last quarter as well.
And centre square bounce was obviously pivotal in round 23.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think we got on top and we really, hit the scoreboard in that second quarter, but then Melbourne, I guess with Max got on top late. Yeah. Petrarca started to get through the front a little bit. And even Max started to grab a couple out of the ruck and just get it going out forward. So he's a real force. And, I think Stanley, Ratugolea, Jackson Gawn, I think those 4 players hold a pretty big key to this game. I think the way they perform and the way they sort of go at each other over the course of the game is going to have a pretty big impact on this one.
Clayton Oliver, Brownlow favourite, a great midfielder in great form all year. Now, we're probably a little bit out, but his influence, I'm just really surprised no one's really paid a lot of attention to him this year. Does Geelong tonight do something about that?
Yeah, I think we will at times. I mean, I think you'll see Guthrie, on Oliver at times. You'll probably see Selwood on him at times. They're two of our better sort of really close contested ball players. So we sort of played a bit last week. We let everyone flow a bit. But, one thing against this Melbourne team, you've got to be accountable for Oliver and Petrarca, and in different ways. Like, they do it differently. Mm-hmm. Petrarca sort of starts at stoppage and sort of drifts forward. So he's really dangerous between layers with kicks and front and square stuff, whereas Oliver does his best work, obviously, around stoppage and then getting out. So, yeah, we're going to have to win those matchups tonight to have the chance of winning this game.
Matty, Cara, Antonio here, all the best for tonight. I just want to focus on your back six. I think they stood up really well last weekend, obviously against the Giants. But obviously trying to fill that void of Tom Stewart being out of the side, such a great intercept, rebound 50 player. How have you combated and I suppose filled the void with Tom Stewart out of the side?
Yeah, it's been really difficult because Tom Stewart runs back at the game once he wins it. He's a beautiful aerialist. So it's really tough to replace. I think last week, obviously, Atkins and Tui and Buse give us a bit more rebound out of back half. Big tonic to have Tui back in the team last week. Give us some great rebound, and he's so penetrating with his kicking. He certainly helped us through the back. So it's going to have to be a collective, but yeah, he's a tough man to replace. We'd love to have him out there tonight. He's an awesome player, Tom.
I've been really impressed, obviously, with Henry as well back there. What does he add to that back six? He's an exciting player, takes those intercept marks as well, and I suppose he's filled a little bit of that void. But what has he added to your side?
Yeah, he's more the one that is so reliable in those one-on-one contests and also floating across for those intercept marks. Like Jack's just gone on leaps and bounds this year. We always thought he was going to be a very, very, very good player, but he's had a great year, and he's sort of so pivotal to us. And full credit to him. Come from sort of back end of draft, worked hard on his game, and now he's one of our most important players.
Absolutely. And just one last one from me. Obviously, you've been here before last year. The big one before the big dance. What's the key message been this week? Obviously, coming off the back of a nice win against the Giants, you've stayed in Perth for the week. You just got out of quarantine. What's been that key focus for this week ahead of tonight's match?
Yeah, I think we took a lot out of the Port game, the Port Power game. We didn't feel like we established the way we wanted to play and our execute of our game style. And even some specifics, I didn't think we kicked it inside 50 very well that night against Port. So we really want to, when we get hold of the ball and you can actually beat Melbourne in a contest, you've got to make them hurt, and good teams do that. So, and probably the metres gained from contest or stoppage is going to be critical because both teams really do defend well behind their entries. So, getting the ball forward and winning the territory battle is going to be a big one for us tonight.
Matthew, one of the most interesting things out of round 23 was that 73 points conceded from turnover, which is the most that Melbourne were able to squeeze out of any team this season. It's obviously their MO and something you guys usually defend really well with the way you move the ball, probably in that slow ball control manner. What did you learn from that?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is you can't go back into your shell at times when teams are coming. I think we did that a little bit in that last quarter. We've got to keep attacking at the right time, not ridiculously, but keep attacking at the right time. And I think some of those turnovers we could have avoided just with some fundamentals and the way we work for each other off ball. We probably didn't get ourselves out enough against Melbourne and just let them to defend us one-on-one. So, yeah, we've worked on a couple of those facets in the last couple of weeks, and we saw some of it come through last week. Against GWS, we're very much a one-on-one team.
In your experience, what does experience count for tonight? The fact that Geelong players have been there more often than Melbourne?
Well, I think it has to play a part. There's two schools to look at. We're going to look at the experience part, and they're going to look at the youthful bull stuff, and they've had form lines. So, so you got to. I think when it comes down to halfway through the third quarter, it's just going to be the team that executes, is got guys running on top of the ground. It's going to be a grind at times, but we've said to our boys through that grind, you just got to remain as composed as possible, and that's, I guess, where the experience may come in.
That's winning the mental battle a bit, Matthew. You've been at this level before. Many of your team has. How much of it is about just winning that mental battle, having that edge when it counts?
I think it's important. I think it's, whether you're up or you're 2 or 3 goals up or you're 2 or 3 goals down, there is a capacity to work through that situation, and I think we've done it pretty well this year as a whole, as a team. Obviously Melbourne are pretty strong in that area as well, but yeah, just the capacity to walk through both scenarios, and I think we learned a lot out of that round 23 game, particularly when we're up, how we would do things a little bit differently.
Good luck. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you. Ta.
Good on you, Matt. Matty Knight's downstairs. The teams make their way across to the commentary wing, out to have the welcome to country here at Perth Stadium. A few clouds above us. It did rain a little bit earlier this afternoon, but at the moment the skies look okay. Plenty of blue above us here in Belmont. Good stat from Sir Swamp Thing, who is a good friend of ours here on ABC Radio. with Higgins named as the medical sub, which he has been, of course. James Jordan, the medical sub for Melbourne, but Higgins named as the medical sub for the Cats. Geelong become the first VFL AFL side to use 11 players in their 30s in one game. The first ever. That is a good stat, Sir Swampsting. I'd expect nothing less from you. Of course, the one change for the Cats, Parfitt going out with the hamstring injury, so a real blow. And then, of course, they had to make a change with their emergency. Sam Simpson came out through concussion. Quinton Narkle got added to the emergencies list, but not required for this game. While for Melbourne, Hibberd does return. Smith out through injury, and Jordan remains as the medical sub. Let's head downstairs for the official proceedings. Our MC, Basil Zemplis.
The AFL acknowledges the Noongar people of Western Australia, the traditional owners of the land on which we gather today, and we pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and contribution to the game of Australian rules football. The AFL invites you now to direct your attention to the big screens for the Welcome to Country.
Welcome to the 2021 Toyota AFL Finals. The preliminary final here at Optus Stadium. Kaya, nunak jenengan wajak boja, ngala mort boja, wen boja, kobrak boja. Maman jeneng nunak jenengan balangan wabani. Perawan nunak wort ko nunak kalak nunak boja nunak mort. Maman jeneng nunak kayawa. You're looking at Wajak country. This is the land of our people, spiritual country. It's a place where we've been gathering and creating stories for thousands of years. We ask the good spirit to watch over us and keep us safe, and at the end of the game, take each and every one of you back home safely to your families. Bola nyonga, bola, bola, bola nyonga, bola, bola, nganor boja, boja, boja.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join with the coaches, players and umpires for the Australian National Anthem.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia
Only in Perth would you have the Lord Mayor as your MC for the official ceremony downstairs. It's the Demons up against the Cats. We're expecting a full house, around 60,000. The tickets sold out in less than 24 hours. Both teams about to go through their final warm-ups. How are we predicting this game to be won and lost? Cara, Shane, Harry?
Really interesting there. I just saw the Geelong leaders all sort of line up together. Now that doesn't always happen, but maybe they've had a bit of a word to each other. Maybe they've taken it upon themselves to really start this game, go out and have a really big impact. And I think if they can do that, it's going to really set this game up.
Yeah, agreed, Harry. They're important to the group, aren't they? And what they do, and they do drive the standards. As you said last week, was really pivotal what you said last week, is how important that they have played their roles and what they've done for that footy club over a long generation, and that Chris Scott passes and empowers that group so much. I reckon centre square bounce tonight's pivotal in this game. And the Stanley v Gawn matchup, and not only just there at stoppage and what they've done, but around the ground, and not letting Max influence the back half and then go down, make him accountable and do some damage to him in general play.
Oh, it's Stanley's. It's the game that he needs to step up here. It's probably one of the most important games of his career. If Geelong are going to have any way of winning this game, he needs to follow Gorney. He needs to beat him one-on-one and across the ground. So I agree, boys. I think it's going to be won and lost in the midfield. I'm really excited for that inside midfield battle, but also excited for the Stephen May versus Tommy Hawkins battle up forward. That's one that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on tonight.
There's some pivotal ones in there.
There is, all over the ground, May, Hawkins, Lever, most likely Radigalia, and all the ones through the guts. So it's going to be a hell of a contest. Really looking forward to it.
It's loud up here. What's it like downstairs, Bridget Lacey?
Yeah, it's definitely louder than last week, Clint. Great to be here. The support is for Melbourne in the house tonight, no doubt about it, and it's certainly not a flat atmosphere. About 14 degrees, not much of a breeze to speak of, but it is wet underfoot on the ground after some rain earlier on. Good chance there could be some more. There is a little bit of cloud cover just passing over the stadium at the moment. The starting benches for both teams, for Melbourne, Luke Jackson, Charlie Spargo, Trent Rivers, Tom Sparrow, and the Medi sub is James Jordan. And for Geelong, it's Max Holmes, Jed Buse, Sam Menegola, and Brad Close with the Medi sub, Sean Higgins.
How are we tipping, everyone?
I'm going to go the D's by 10 points.
D's by 3 goals.
Cats by 12.
Demons for me.
Demons for me.
History beckons. The ever-consistent Cats planning to go one better than last season. While for Melbourne, fan fatalism replaced by footy favouritism. Could this be the Demons' year? Can they take a step forward? Let's find out. Here's Ben Cameron.
Gawn and Stanley. Up goes the bounce, neither with a decisive tap. Coming through Petrarca, stealing it Dangerfield. Handball to Stanley. Handball to Selwood. Floats it to half forward for the Cats. Salem is there, takes the mark on his chest for the D's. He goes short, spots up Viney, who wants to give it off by hand. Back to Salem. He'll kick the D's forward of the wing. Getting a fist in, Zach Guthrie. It comes down to Cozzy Pickett, who zigs and zags. Kicks a low ball inside 50 and finds the chest of big bad Ben Brown. He marks 45 out, 45-degree angle left of centre.
They start by Cozzy Pickett, wasn't it? Just the ability to step here, stay in control, but more so just how it the finish. Lower his eyes, hit up the lead.
Kicks inside 50 going to be vital, I think, tonight. That's going to be the biggest difference in the game. We saw Joel hack one forward at one end, up the other end, a precision kick to Brown.
Playing in his third prelim. That long straight run up into a little jog now from just inside 50. Sends it on goal. Hits the post. A left-hand goal post. So a minor score to start for the D's. They're one behind. Geelong yet to score. We've played just over a minute. Opening term, grandstand AFL, the first prelim final.
Tui takes it himself, has a bounce, runs into the left back pocket, hand passes to Smith, goes beyond defensive 50 and kicks towards centre wing. Gawn was up, won it down under the back of Rowan, spilled down to the ground. Bowie was here. Bowie with the kick goes short to Pickett, short again inside forward 50. Melbourne with another opportunity. Marked there by McDonald. He's got it in the right forward pocket. If he goes for goal, he'll be kicking from about 52 out.
They're both great sides with marks inside forward 50. Melbourne sitting at fourth in the comp and Geelong second. But you can just see early, much more cleaner with their ball decision inside forward 50, the Ds.
So McDonald, what a start this would be for the Demons. They've had one shot at goal. Oh, he kicked straight into the man on the mark. That was disappointing. Just cannoned into the cap there in Zach Guthrie and then ricocheted away and over the boundary line.
Never underestimate how important man in the mark is. It doesn't matter what game, home and away or final. Great work by Guthrie there. They had been two shallow entries, so not penetrating deep ones yet.
Spun back into play. Both rucks have a touch. Comes back towards the boundary line. Smith was there, can't keep it in. Gets a little nudge over the line. It'll be a throw in at right half forward for the Demons.
As I said, May on Hawkins, Lever on Radigalia, Petty on Cameron.
Gawn works his way to the front, slaps it to the back. Duncan there for the Cats. Slick hands to Dangerfield, who's on the burst. He takes a bounce. He'll kick a low ball towards half forward. Hawkins drops the mark, has time to recover, gets onto his left, kicks inside 50, tracking it back to gathers in the pocket. Langdon there with him. Langdon drags him across the line. And we'll get a throw in, 45 around from the Cats' goal.
Could have used the handball there. Hawkins probably would have got a straighter, more deeper entry.
So the D's one behind, Geelong yet to score. Throw in just inside the attacking 50 here for the Cats. Hawkins shoves Gawn out of the way, takes it out of the ruck, feeds a handball away to Atkins. Loses the grip on the footy, has to go back and get it. Gets it off to Zach Guthrie. Quick kick is inside 50, but can only find Oliver, who marks defensively for the D's. The D's one behind, the Cats yet to score. We've played almost 4 minutes.
Kick towards the southern wing. Free kick in the way of Melbourne. They'll take the advantage. Viney from the logo sends it towards left half forward. Fritsch out, marks on his chest. He's 60 from goal. It's allowed to play on. Will chip inside forward 50. Couldn't find a target. Cam Guthrie coming the other way for the Cats. Gave it to Selwood. Bounces a hand pass out towards left half back. Colin Jasny moves it on again. Now it's with Smith. Hand passes back inboard, and the kick is forward. Nicely worked. It comes to Selwood. Selwood to left half forward to Guthrie, who marks. He'll step back, Guthrie. Assesses the options. He can put it towards the teeth of goal if he wants. Instead, he'll move it short to Duncan, who marks about 3 metres in from the boundary at left half forward. Duncan wheels around onto his right. He'll put it into the left forward pocket. 2-on-2 battle. Gawn wins it down against Hawkins. It spills over the boundary line for a throw-in. 4.5 gone in the opening quarter. Melbourne have the only score of the game. They're one behind.
It's a great example there of how Geelong are going to build that ball up, and Melbourne just playing a really zone defence. Max Gawn happy to go on Hawkins in that occasion.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Cats again. Gawn works to the front, fists it away, comes to Duncan off a step, kick smothered. Ricochets off the hands of Oliver, going up Harms, he can't quite gather it. All of this at left half forward for the Cats. Coming in, Tom McDonald. Handball back to Bowie, off to Oliver. Salem pretty content under the pressure to step over the line. And we'll get a throw in. 55 around from the attacking goal for the Cats. Downstairs, Bridget Lacey.
Yeah, Simon Goodwin's in his usual spot on the bench there for the D's. Looks very calm early doors.
Thrown back in. Gawn won it down straight to Viney. Well tackled by Selwood. Viney just gets a hand pass away. He did well too. Came out towards Pickett. Tackled immediately by Zach Guthrie. Ball still in dispute. Taken by Myers. Wrapped up by Oliver. Umpire says, I'll have it across half forward for the Cats. Cats operating with one player loose in defence. This is thrown up again. Stanley slaps it forward. Bounces off Myers' shins. Came back to him. And was there for Selwood. He kicks quickly into the left forward pocket. May tries to meet it. Couldn't gather it. Hibbard could. Hand pass to May for the Demons. Hand pass beyond defensive 50. Taken almost by Duncan. He was there. Couldn't quite snaffle it. It bounced away and is over for a throw-in. 50 out from the Cats attacking goal at left half forward. Still just the one behind in the game. It's gone to the Demons. We've gone 6.5 minutes in the first term.
Selwood Oliver matchup looks like it's come to fruition. Really playing close attention to each other at the moment.
Stanley slaps it down in front. Salem there for the D's. Handball away. Spills to Dangerfield. Hooks it back to the hot spot for the Cats. Tui trying to control it. Can't quite get it on the boot under pressure from Langdon. Comes out to May. He jams it on the boot. Beyond defensive 50 for the D's. Bouncing ball for Guthrie. He gathers and snaps back inside 50. And Bowie's there. He marks for Melbourne in the left back pocket. So the D's defence holding up for the time being. They're one behind. Geelong yet to score 7 minutes in.
Bowie beyond defensive 50. Jackson flew from the back. Couldn't mark. Spills down to Menegola from the Cats. Hand pass bounces way towards Stanley. Got a kick away despite the presence of Neil Bullen. Inside forward 50. Petty was up. It spilled down out the back to Cameron, who bounces it towards goal. And it tumbles through for a major. Cameron. He just sat there for him. Swung the boot at it, got the result the Cats desired. First goal of the evening. They're one straight 6. The Demons one behind, 7.5 gone in the opening turn.
Well, it just shows how important it is to have numbers waiting at the feet, isn't it? And, you know, apart from the big, kick on the boot from Stanley, it didn't matter because the D's flew. Cameron was out the back and got an easy one. I don't know about the dribble kick, but it went through and he's happy about it.
They didn't necessarily push numbers back there, Melbourne. They look like they're trying to play high, and there wasn't that extra ground level player.
And that's Radagalia's value. He was opposed to Lever, held Lever out, then swirled it down for Cameron at the back, who kicks the goal.
Eddie didn't influence the contest and went up and left Cameron. Well, his sin is in the D50 really is if you're going to go, you've got to influence, and probably didn't kill the contest.
Second week in a row, Cameron kicks the first goal of the game to the Farmer Freeway end of the ground. Back in the middle, Menegola on the loose footy, tackled by Oliver. He's dragged to ground. It's held in, umpire circling. He'll ball it up. Umpires Donlan, Meredith and Mollison in charge of this. Razor Ray, an emergency. Jackson into the ruck for Melbourne. Slaps it down. Petrarca bursts out of there. Attacking edge of the square. Kicks it deep to full forward. Brown in best position. Brown marks. Alongside the goal square. He hugs it to his chest. And he can surely go back and kick the D's first.
It's good work by the Melbourne mids, and allowed Petrarca just to get on the outside of that contest and get through the front, which is not ideal for Geelong's point of view from a stoppage.
No, they would have lost what Geelong would call, most clubs call a sweeper, that player that actually is there to create a bit of a fence to get over or get through, and on that occasion there was no one. Petrarca lace out.
Mark about 7 metres out. A 30-degree angle. Ben Brown comes in and bangs it through. The D's are on the board and back in front. They're 1-1-7. Geelong 1 straight 6, 9.5 played. Opening term of the first preliminary final. Clint Wilden, myself, Ben Cameron, the Brownlow medalist Shameway Woden, Fremantle AFLW captain Carl Antonio, and dual premiership player Harry Taylor.
Ben Brown, Blitzarves matchup's going to be a beauty. Both elite runners, having spent a bit of time playing, obviously, with Blitz and against Brown. They are unbelievable athletes. Both of them just consistently moving on the footy field.
Is Blitzarves more comfortable deeper or up higher, do you reckon?
I think he's okay deep, does a lot of one-on-one work, but Brown is just one of those players that doesn't let you get set. He just constantly changes his angles. So going to be a really tough battle, that one.
Just got turned a bit there, Blitz. It's interesting, both teams were playing lateral wingers at that midfield stoppage there, rather than actually, as you said, have a sweeper in behind.
Bounce to restart, not a great one. Umpire lets it play. Jackson got a touch on it and followed up for the Demons. Gathered, hand pass to Langdon in the southern wing. He'll kick into the left forward pocket, wanted Gawn. Travels over him at the back. Blitzarves gathers, got tackled the moment he got a kick away. Will bounce just in the field of play. Left half forward for the Demons. All players go to gather. Harms had it, got tackled. It's going to be a ball up.
Tackle pressure's high, isn't it? It's got that finals feel about it, that's for sure.
On down by Jackson, straight into traffic. Ferocious tackling. Buse, well done. Locking up his opponent. No chance of Sparrow getting rid of it. Thrown up again. Stanley tapped it down. Petrarca tried to gather. Hand fast forward by Langdon. Straight to Holmes. He's set upon by Harms. No opportunity to get it out of this little area of about 10 metres at left half forward for the Demons. They lead by a point on the scoreboard. 11 gone in the opening term on Grandstand AFL. Jackson won it down to Langdon. Hand passes over the top to no one in particular. Trying to come through. Harms again. Taken by Buse, and Menegola adds some support. Just inside the forward 50 for the Demons. About a metre in from the boundary at the left forward pocket.
Umpire puts it aloft quickly. Gone to Oliver. He's gang tackled. Ball jars free. Menegola picks it up. Snaps the Cats back towards the wing. Bouncing ball. It goes over. And the umpire says deliberate.
Could have been better there, Menegola. Had time, had a bit of space. Probably prelim nerves.
So the D's to get it back through Lever. He goes inside 50. Gawn launches. Can't take the mark. Coming through Atkins. Paddles towards the boundary. Doing the same Holmes. And this time the umpire says throw it in.
Catch for lucky there. Petrarca all by himself, blitzing through that contest. A little bit fortunate that ball didn't bounce up.
It's a left forward pocket here for the throw-in for the D's. They lead by a point. 1-1 plays one straight.
Spun back in. Gawn won it down. Back into the corridor. As pile over the top of this football. It's not coming out. Henderson attacked it, got tackled immediately. No prior. Ball up again.
So both teams again playing with their ruck out at forward 50 stoppages.
Oh, rucks go to ground. Umpire let it play. Gawn thought he was being infringed. Harms had it. Hand pass forward. Intercepted though by Henderson. Kicks the Cats towards the southern wing. Myers tries to mark, couldn't, had a second go, got thrown off it, knocked back by Lever for the Demons. Cleverly, it found May, kicks them inside forward 50, no mark taken, spills down, ricocheted off the shins of Gawn. Pickett tries to gather, tries to spin away, got a hand pass in towards Spargo, tackled immediately, wrapped up by Henry. It's ferocious out there in the contest. The Demons lead by a point, 13 gone in the first.
God, he's an exciting player, isn't he? Cosy Pickett.
Stanley wins the tap, but Harms onto the footy, hooking across the body from 45, he puts it through. The D's with back-to-back goals. They're 2-1-13, Geelong 1 straight 6, 13 and a half minutes into the first term, and the tap was won by Stanley, but he put it into Harms' way, and he makes them pay.
19 tackles already in this game. It's hot.
It's a hot contest.
Contested, pretty ferocious game. We've seen some great smothers, tackles, all these little 1%ers, if we like to name them. Those things are going to have a big impact on this game.
A few re-entries for Melbourne early, just unable to penetrate there. Geelong and get out with a bit of clean ball. Very well organised behind the ball, Melbourne at this stage. With that ruckman going out, just unable to hold like a gatekeeper in behind play there for the D's, and they're well set up at the moment.
Radaglia faces Jackson. Good bounce this time. Radaglia wins it down for the Cats. Dangerfield stretches, couldn't take it. Petrarca picks it up. Hand pass. Well, it was meant, unfortunately, for Harms, but he couldn't get there. Petrarca had to follow up again to Brayshaw. Hand pass too hot for Harms. Ricocheted off him, taken by Close. Brayshaw goes back and affects the tackle on centre wing. Working its way towards the northern side of the ground. On the low go, it's thrown aloft. Radaglia with the more telling tap. Down to Viney, though. Viney was tackled, just got rid of it. Diving in again. Oh, he's brutal at the football then. It was Dangerfield. In fact, he's given away the free kick. He attacked it the way that he did. It's going to be for Viney here. He'll have it for Melbourne. Goes on a bit of a run. Sends it with the left towards the right half forward and up and marking. Wonderful grab from Brown. Attacked the football, leapt into the air, dragged it in both-handed. From right half forward, he'll kick towards full forward. Radaglia front position, wins it down there for Neil Bullen. Threw it on the boot. He snaps it with the outside of the right. He puts it through from 25 outs. The Demons have got their third. 3-1-19 to the Cats, 1 straight 6, 16 minutes gone in the opening term on Grandstand AFL. Bridget Lacey's downstairs.
The good news for D's fans is they did that with a lot of quality on the bench. Clayton Oliver just coming back on, but Max Gawn was also off, Cosy Pickett as well, and Christian Salem, so good signs. And that breeze just has picked up a little bit since the start of the game, favouring the Graham Polly Farmer freeway end of the ground, but it tends to be swirly here, so I don't expect a huge effect.
They had a lot of numbers back there, didn't they, Geelong? And again, created a contest, Melbourne, ball on ground, and Neil Bullen got on the end of it.
If we remember back to the lever kick inside 50 late in that game with the Gawn, Geelong should have set up better. They know Melbourne are going to pull the kick or just kick a little bit shorter than expected. The same thing happened there, a bit of deja vu.
So the D's with the last three. Perfect bounce back in the middle. Jackson and Radaglia. Selwood gathers it off hands, gives it off to Guthrie. This is Cam Guthrie. Snaps to half forward. Holmes can't quite take the mark. Gets it at ground level. Handball to Selwood. Taken down in the lever tackle. He was taken high. So Selwood will get the free kick. No, play on, says the umpire.
I think he called the advantage.
Yeah, called the advantage. So now the D's with it at half back. Bowie's kick smothered. That allows him the Cats. Atkins onto the footy in the forward pocket for Geelong. Comes out to Close. Handball away back to Holmes. He's tackled over the line. And we'll get a throw in right forward pocket.
I don't think Joel heard the free kick call.
The umpire should know. That's not an advantage, though, is it?
3-1-19 the D's. Geelong 1 straight 6, 17 minutes played opening term.
Jackson against Hawkins. Hawkins stuck out the left hand. Ball bounces around. Myers handed it back to Smith. Rivers tried to tackle him. The ball jarred free. Still there to be one on the deck. Players pile in. Umpire says we'll ball it up right in front of Geelong's goals, about 40 out. Cats looking for a response. Jackson went early. Hawkins stayed down. Oliver gathered it, though, out of all of that. And kicks the Demons into the middle of the ground. Blitz halves couldn't mark. Still there to be won. All players will dive over the top of the football. It'll be balled up again. Just on the attacking edge of the centre circles for the Cats. Zach Guthrie, the last player to climb up off the deck. Throwing up quickly. Jackson won it down, but to no one in particular. Tried to follow it up himself. Viney picked it up for the Demons. Gave it to Oliver. Through the centre circles he runs and then kicks inside forward 50. Or diving out. Henderson dropped it. Dangerous for a moment. McDonald couldn't shovel it forward. It ricocheted around the footy. Came to Menegoa, then to Holmes. Sweeping hand pass forward to Dangerfield. Through the middle of the ground. He'll kick quickly inside forward 50. Hawkins!
Just a slight little check.
Was there a little nudge on May as he took the mark?
I think it's okay.
We critiqued one of his last week and very similar, but I think that's okay.
Geez, they were lucky there. I thought Geelong, particularly here at half back. I thought Melbourne were through, but Blitz to be able to come forward, nullify the contest and able to win the ball back was really good.
Ask you more about your thoughts on the incident with Hawkins on May in a second. Hawkins has the shot. And those wearing red and blue around Perth Stadium think the football gods have had their say. He's missed everything to the lot. You convinced no drama with the hand in the back?
Yeah, the interpretation that I as a player got told was that's actually okay. You can use your hands, you can use your elbow. It's the two motions that they're really looking for.
Lever with the long kick. Out of defence for the D's. Off hands. Brayshaw kicks towards the wing. Pickett picks it up. Gets a handball away to Harms on the northern wing. He kicks to half forward. Now Ben Brown is bracketed by Katz, bringing it down blitz halves. Zach Guthrie's there. Turns and hooks it back to the wing. In the close direction. Over his head it goes. Henderson at the fall of the ball. Able to get a handball away. Bouncing ball for Buse. Tackled by Petrarca. Dribbles it forward. Then Gawn picks it up. Handball looking for Salem. Close comes up. Knocks it forward. Now Tui spins in a tackle. Handball to Hawkins. Hot footy at the moment for the Cats. Atkins kick. Ricochets off a body. Back out towards Cam Guthrie. And now Close, who gives it off to Tui. Kicks to half forward for the Cats. Going in Viney. He's tackled to deck. Taken high. Holmes just crashing in over the top. And Viney to get the free kick at right half back here for the D's. They're 3-1-19. Geelong 1 straight 6. 20 minutes played in the first.
Bridget Lacey downstairs.
I reckon there was an issue with Stephen May's right hamstring during that incident with Tommy Hawkins. He tried to come to the bench straight away and he's going down the rooms now with the physio.
That is a concern for the Demons as Rivers kicks Melbourne towards centre wing position. Good mark to Gawn. He's out and taking it in front of a pack of about 4. Gawn will kick towards right half forward. Brown stretches, had 2 Cats to beat. Blitz arms at the back, gave it to Henderson. Hand passes over the shoulder to Buse. Bounces a hand pass along the ground to Myers. Hand pass inboard wanted Atkins under pressure from Oliver. And Abel, has he just kept it in? Myers, so he has. That's interesting. Looked to shovel it forward to Dangerfield. He couldn't control it. Understandably, it was down low and really tough. Spilled away from him and over for a boundary throw-in.
It's very big news, isn't it?
Yeah, May again on the replay. The moment he got the little nudge, does grab high up on the right hamstring. And the replay as Gawn wins it down from the throw-in. Viney to Salem. Demons away. Neil Bullen kicks inside forward 50. Stretching for it. McDonald couldn't mark. Blitz arms at the back to Zach Guthrie for the Cats. He'll kick high up in the air. Petrarca battling away against Selwood. Got in front, couldn't control it. Spills over the boundary line for a throw-in. What a battle that'll be, Petrarca and Selwood, if it continues. 3-1-19 the Demons. The Cats are 1 straight 6. 22 gone in the first.
A lot of stoppages. I'm not sure who that suits. I dare say Geelong would probably want to be taking a few more marks by now, but there's just too many stoppages probably for them at the moment.
Radaglia and Gawn, both with hands on it. Dangerfield in front. Just spirals it towards the logo. Lever comes up, picks it up. Handball to Bowie. Handball to Harms. The D's with it on the northern wing. Handball out towards Sparrow. He'll just set it up towards full forward for the D's. Looking for a marker. Blitz halves. Puts his fist through it. Sends it out of play. A throw in the right forward pocket here for the D's. They're 3-1-19. Geelong 1 straight 6. 22.5 minutes played. Opening term. First prelim.
Dangerfield alongside Petrarca at this throw-in as Radaglia got clear, palmed it down but wasn't great, had to follow it up himself. Oh, stolen from him by Petrarca. He steps inside, off the outside of the right boot, he kicks a goal from the goal square. Oh, Christian Petrarca He gives Melbourne their fourth. They're 4-1-25. The Cats are one straight 6. 23 minutes gone in the first.
It's a great example of how Geelong probably don't want the game to go. Instead of taking an intercept mark with Blitzarves and Henry versus their opponents, normally a Henderson might come across there. Ball gets punched out of bounds. There's a stoppage. From that stoppage, Melbourne able to generate a score. So Geelong probably would be a little bit uncomfortable with how the game's going in that respect.
When there are stoppages, though, I reckon the last couple in particular, Viney at the last centre forward stoppage, Cozzy Pickett through that one, just not referenced at all. So I think you can have stoppage, but you've got a better play on someone to reference from there initially.
Well, they're looking more dangerous at the moment around stoppage, aren't they, the Ds? They need to tighten up the caddies.
All of their scores have come from stoppages. Stanley wins a free kick back in the middle. Selwood takes the advantage. Kick smothered by Oliver. Onto the loose footy. Viney for the Ds. Handball to Salem. Handball back to Gawn in the middle of the ground. He'll retreat. Handball to Viney. Runs to the logo. Kicks to half forward. Doesn't really favour Pickett. He comes from behind. Chops the arms. Or takes Zach Guthrie higher. Free kick.
Been good, Viney.
So 4-1-25 plays one straight 6. Melbourne lead. Zach Guthrie at right half back. Kicks forward of the wing for the Cats. Radigalia flies. Lever halves the contest and wins it at the ground level. His kick goes straight to Duncan for Geelong. He'll be able to retreat with the handball back to Tui. Runs a little arc. Now at neutral territory on the southern wing. He turns it over. Kicks it straight back to Lever for the Ds.
And they'll turn and go. Oliver with it. From the southern wing, kicks towards left half forward. Henderson had it, stolen away by Pickett for a moment, and then he looks to soccer it inside forward 50, coming out Blitzarves. Soccers it back beyond defensive 50. Salem picks it up. He spots a target with a more, traditional delivery inside the attacking 50. Melbourne through Spargo can have a shot at goal from about 35 metres out, just to the right of centre.
It's only -7 disposal, but they have only taken the 4 marks, Geelong. As you're right, you called early, Harry, just can't get control of the game at the moment, can they?
No, that's probably the most concerning thing for the Cats. We saw it early last week. They want to control the game as much as possible, not getting the chance at the moment.
Charlie Spargo's played every game this year, and he delivers a goal in the preliminary final for Melbourne. It's all the Demons on the scoreboard, 5-1-31. So the Cats, one straight 6. They've kicked 5 unanswered goals now, Melbourne. 25 gone in the first. Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Stephen May has emerged from the rooms with strapping around that right hamstring. He's just chatting to the physio now. I think they're making a decision about whether he tries or not.
Yeah, Darren Burgess involved in all of that too. And while that happened, Lever got a kick away and hyperextended his knee with a smother from Radigalia. So not good for the twin key defenders for Melbourne.
Geelong need to try something different here. Not many teams win when they're 3 goals down at quarter time. They need to make sure they either get going quickly here or just change something up.
It's not working for him in their back half.
Bounce in the middle. Stanley and Gawn. Stanley brings it down, going after it. Petrarca. He soccers it out towards the northern wing. Harms will get onto the loose footy. Can't quite gather it first time. Does the second. Handball to Rivers. He's taken in a pile driver tackle almost by Smith. Eventually it spills out to Bowie. Squeezes a kick and it finds Spargo. Just on the wing. He kicks forward of the wing and coming up, Tom McDonald's able to take the mark for the Ds.
He'll kick across half forward, but it's well read. Getting onto it, Henderson marks across half back, goes straight up the corridor. Radigalia tries to get there. Can't gather it cleanly. Spilled out towards Hibberd. Hibberd's tackled here by Hawkins. Umpire was blowing the whistle. Ball it up.
The ability of the modern day player under pressure just to find a way to get the ball out. Keir Campbell, it's extraordinary.
Gone with the telling tap, won it down. It's not going to get a clearance here. Dangerfield doing the tackling. Locking it in. Still in the centre square. Sparrow unable to get it away. Stanley does knock it down. Bowie kicks towards centre wing, commentary side of the ground. Getting out towards it, Henry did well, just couldn't keep it in himself as he got away from Harms. Throw in right beneath our broadcast position, northern wing here at Perth Stadium. 27 gone in the first. 5-1-31 the Demons. The Cats are 1 straight 6. Grandstand AFL thanks to ABC Sport on ABC Radio, News Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Gawn in the front position and just spikes it forward. Coming up, McDonald, clever little tap, away to Sparrow, handball to Petrarca, clever handball forward to Neil Bullen, releases him, chips inside 50, and Fritsch comes up and marks on his chest, 49 out.
Again from stoppage. Again, just the use of hands, ability to break that first tackle, get through, be clean, and then hit up. I reckon they've hit up really well tonight, Melbourne, early.
It looks like a focus, doesn't it? But you've got an 85 to 90 kilo grown man grabbing onto you, trying to absolutely lay you out, and you just find a little handball. It's an unbelievable skill.
12 goals in his last 3 games for Bailey Fritsch. Arcs out to the left. That's where it heads. It'll go right to the goal line, and Stanley is there. He swats it through for the Cats. So a minor score, 5-2-32 the D's. Geelong 1 straight 6. Closing in on quarter time of this first prelim out west.
Dominating at the moment still Melbourne. Petrarca has been immense for them as Tui with the kicking towards left half back. Line of 4, offhand, spills down to Zach Guthrie. Kicks the Cats down centre wing. Hawkins overran it. Sat there for Gawn. Gives it to Salem for the Demons. Spun around and then puts it out of bounds on the full. Free kick to be taken by Geelong. Zach Guthrie will have it at left half back. He'll send it inboard to Smith, who marks on his chest. Melbourne have kicked the past 5 goals. Smith kicks towards left half forward. Gawn front position. Stanley was able to do enough to win it down. Sparrow looked to knock it forward. Sat there for Salem. Tackled by Rowan. Comes out to close for the Cats. Hand pass to Duncan. Over the top wanted Cameron. Hibberd read it well. Was able to get enough in the way to help see it over the boundary line. It'll be a throw-in, 55 out from the Cats attacking goal. It's at left half forward here at Perth Stadium.
So that's the change with May off. Petty's gone to Hawkins there and Hibberd to Cameron.
Gawn again works his way to the front. Stanley with hands on it. Dangerfield coming through. Knocks it towards Selwood. Selwood able to gather it. Gets out a handball. Coming through. Sparrow there for the D's. A free kick. It'll go the way of the Cats. Smith wants to take the advantage. Sets it up towards full forward. Looking for a marker. Radaglia goes up. Comes down at the back. Petty there. Bowie there too. And it's knocked out of play. We'll get a throw in. Left forward pocket here for Geelong.
It's not functioning their front half at the moment, are they, the Cats?
Kicked 9 of the last 10 goals when they met in round 23, the D's, and have kicked 5 of the first 6 here. Leading by 26 points, the D's. Gawn brings it down. Forward pocket here for the Cats. Hawkins onto the footy to Cam Guthrie. Handball to Dangerfield, close to the boundary line. Handball to Duncan, who's tackled quickly. He's taken to deck by Brayshaw. And we'll get a ball up, 45 metres out from the Cats' goal. 5-2-32 Melbourne. Geelong 1 straight 6. A 26-point advantage to the D's.
Throwing up. One down by the Demons to Petrarca, to Harms. Now to Oliver, to Petrarca again. Clearing kick beyond defensive 50. Almost marked by Henry. Couldn't win it down quite for the Cats. Spargo able to mop up across half back. To Jackson, to Salem. Kicks out towards Langdon in space on the southern wing. He marks and wheels around. Sends it towards left half forward. Cameron's done well. Got back in front of Hibberd. Was able to knock it across the boundary line for a throw-in. Stoppage at left half forward for the Demons.
Gary Rowan yet to have a stat. They need to get him into the game somehow. It might be a midfield role. It might be just behind the ball. This really generates some energy in him.
Rucks lock arms. Gawn goes to ground. Stanley got a touch, not a telling one. Came out towards Oliver. Went back by hand to Hibberd. Well tackled by Dangerfield. His hand pass intercepted by Salem. Kicks Melbourne now inside forward 50. Pack of 4 up. No mark takes and Jackson gathers off the ground. A kick towards goal. Guthrie was back there. Fritsch almost with the impossible angle. Guthrie saw it across the line for a rush behind. As the siren sounds for quarter time. 5-3-33 the Demons. They've kicked the past 5 as concerns continue for Stephen May. Downstairs, heavy strapping high up on the right hamstring. He's going with a little couple of run-throughs here on centre wing as they head towards their respective huddles. The Cats are 1 straight 6. Melbourne's lead is 27 points. And the goal kickers so far for the Demons: Petrarca, Harms, Neil Bullen, Spargo and Brown. While for Geelong, the 1 goal, and it was the first of the night, off the boot of Jeremy Cameron. It's Melbourne 5-3-33 to the Cats 1 straight 6. Wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital, this is Grandstand AFL.
On the stance, big shout for leg before, and she's given.
Women's international cricket.
They come for a second, throw on its way, shoot, run out.
Australia versus India starts September 21.
We're here to share some vax facts.
Some people worry about what's in the vaccine.
The vaccines can't give you COVID.
Because they do not contain the live virus.
Thankfully, the vaccine was developed, well, quicker than I can get dressed.
But that doesn't mean corners were cut.
When you throw loads of money, scientists and researchers at a cause,
you get quick results. Please get vaccinated.
When you can, do it.
I've had mine.
I've had my 2 doses.
Go get yours.
The 2021 AFL Final Series. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Stanley got a kick away despite the presence of Neil Bullen. Inside forward 50. Petty was up. Spilled down out the back to Cameron, who bounces it towards goal, and it tumbles through for a major.
Jackson into the ruck for Melbourne, slaps it down. Petrarca bursts out of there, attacking edge of the square, kicks it deep to full forward. Brown in best position. Brown marks a 30-degree angle. Ben Brown comes in and bangs it through. Stanley wins the tap, but Harms onto the footy, hooking across the body from 45. He puts it through.
From right half forward, he'll kick towards full forward. Radically front position, wins it down there for Neil Bullen. Threw it on the boot. He stabs it with the outside of the right. He puts it through from 25 outs.
I reckon there was an issue with Stephen May's right hamstring during that incident with Tommy Hawkins. He tried to come to the bench straight away and he's going down the rooms now with the physio.
Very big news, isn't it?
Yeah, May again. On the replay, the moment he got the little nudge, does grab high up on the right hamstring. Radaglia got clear, palmed it down, but wasn't great. Had to follow it up himself. Oh, stolen from him by Petrarca. He steps inside, off the outside of the right boot. He kicks a goal. Charlie Spargo's played every game this year, and he delivers a goal in the preliminary final for Melbourne.
The 2021 AFL Finals Series on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
It's all the Demons at the moment. 5-3-33 to the Cats. 1 straight 6. Goodness me, there's a bit to talk about in this contest. Let's hear what our experts thought of it. Harry Taylor, Cara Antonio and Shane Woewodin.
Thanks, Clint. 36 stoppages for the quarter. It's an enormous amount, isn't it, for a game? But for me, and that's where the game was, 4 goals 2-0 in that quarter from stoppage. So that's the score source for the Demons at the moment. And it's only +2 in clearance, but 6 of those are more effective than what the Geelong team have done. So they're having a real influence inside the contest. But as we said, the ability to shape and get their hands free and use the ball and then penetrate and get out the front is allowing those little hit-ups and be more effective in their front half.
Yeah, that's right. Geelong are a pretty good stoppage side themselves, but they probably prefer the method where they kick the ball, control the ball, mark the ball, and just move forward a little bit more methodically. Stoppages are a bit more chaotic. Think Richmond, soccers, handballs, the ball's sort of uncontrollable, and I don't think that lends itself to Geelong playing their absolute best footy.
No, well, I think they've only had the 6 marks for the quarter, Geelong as well. And we know, as you mentioned, Harry, the kick mark kind of game style that we're so used to seeing, that Melbourne haven't allowed them to play on their terms. And I think the pressure, it starts from inside the contest. As we've said, the stoppage clearances in particular 11-8 in favour of Melbourne. But for me, it's when they go inside forward 50, how much more exciting the Melbourne forwards look compared to the Geelong forwards. And, you know, whether it's up in the air, the pressure's coming, you know, we've got Melbourne players flying, but there's always someone on the ground, and the Geelong defenders look a little bit rattled at this point in time, especially in that first quarter.
It's a big reliance on Hawkins. Geelong have lent on him for a number of years now, but just watching him trying to battle and then do the ruck, it's probably there's moments in the game where he can just go and sit forward right in the square, just give himself a little bit of a break, because he is taking all those stoppages. You mentioned how many stoppages there's been. Well, he's been involved in a lot of those ones, so it's just wearing him down a little bit, and he might not be able to move as well as he can late in the game. I hope it doesn't sort of come back to bite him a little bit.
Jeremy Cameron's a big man. He can take a couple of them, when he's there. If Radagalia's in the ruck, we do need more from Radagalia and Gary Rowan, particularly as their forwards in there, just to be able to not only take some heat off Hawk, but getting the game as well. So they've got some work to do.
So the disposals overall, Melbourne 101 to Geelong 79. The big stat, as Cara pointed out, just 6 marks for Geelong. Melbourne with 19. Geelong like to play that kick mark game. The inside 50s, 17 to 12, the way of the D's. Contested possessions, Melbourne 44 to Geelong 37, so +7 in that area. Leading ball winners on the ground, Christian Salem with 9, Viney with 9, Selwood with 8.
Bridget Lacey downstairs. Bridge.
Great news for Demons fans. Stephen May is starting this quarter on the ground with that right hamstring heavily strapped.
Deep into defence, standing the goal square. City end of the ground. Qualifying final in the NRL. Melbourne Storm 18 lead Manly 6 midway through the first half. We're underway again. Clearance comes the way of the Cats. Cam Guthrie got a kick away towards right half forward. And then Mowie's given away a free kick here. A little nudge in towards Duncan. That's a poor kick across half forward. Set up for Neil Bull and bounced into him. Ricocheted away off his bonds. Was able to hand pass backwards. Guthrie almost got in the way again for the Cats. Going in strongly, Fritsch. Might have been taken high by Stanley. He'll get the free kick. Stanley getting him over the left shoulder.
Didn't execute then, Duncan. Guthrie not clean at ground level. It's costly errors at this stage.
So the Demons move it towards Gawn, who marks just shy of centre wing. Salem running by. Goes down the boundary, receives the football, kicks into the left forward pocket. A pack of 4 fly. Spill down to Spargo. Hand pass into space. Oliver was there. Ducked his head, got tackled, worked the hand pass out. Somehow found McDonald, who was tackled by Stanley straight away. They'll board up. Inside forward 50 for the Demons.
So McDonald to do the ruck work, just slaps it forward. Henry puts his fist through it. Duncan picks it up, dribbles the Cats into the middle of the ground. Radagalia gathers on the bounce, breaks the tackle, gives it off to Brian Myers. Little kick around the corner on the bounce to Dangerfield. In the middle of the ground, little 1-2 by hand with Duncan, and then Dangerfield sends it to the southern wing. Mark taken here by Smith. Smith will come back towards the logo, and Dangerfield can mark on the logo and chips it short. Able to find Selwood. So Geelong into that slow and deliberate build-up. Selwood will now drive it inside 50, looking for a marker. Radagalia in good position. Stanley too. Stanley goes up and drags it in. 25 out directly in front.
Geelong 6 marks and a quarter of footy, 4 marks in 2 minutes and 4 seconds.
Clearly a clear message at quarter time from the coaching staff that they wanted to get back into their own game style. Zach Tui was standing in the forward 50 for about a minute. If Joel Selwood was able to kick 70, he probably would have landed in his lap.
Plum in front, 25 out. Stanley comes in and pops it through. Geelong with the first of the second quarter, and boy, they needed it. They're 2 straight 12. Melbourne 5-3-33. It's back to 21 points. Our experts, Shane Woden, Harry Taylor and Cara Antonio.
It's an interesting ploy by the D's. So far, in held-up ball like that, Gawn goes and plays on Hawkins as a ruckman. So he takes the opposition best forward, and then it gives Stanley a bit of freedom. So it's a bit of trust, isn't it, into your teammates to make sure that my ruckman is getting held down by one of the defenders. And in this case, may have been Petty. Look at on the replay. But yeah, like you see right now, Gawn got Hawkins. Yeah. A lot of trust.
Blood rule for Blitzars, who comes off the ground.
It was actually Spargo
Yeah, it was a mismatch, wasn't it?
Yeah. Wasn't Spargo and Blitzards for the nose issue, by the way. Blood pouring from the nose as Petrarca from the restart gets a clearance, a hand pass away to Viney, hand pass to Oliver. Kicks inside, forward 50, stretching. Henderson able to knock it to ground. Picked up by Spargo again. Snaps on the right, puts it through for his second. From 30 outs. The chance presented itself, and he did not miss. And the Demons respond back to a 27-point advantage. Melbourne 6-3-39 to Geelong 2 straight 12. We've gone 4 minutes into the second term.
Ability just to bring the ball to ground as a forward, outstanding by Brown there. Out of the contest, found a way to influence as a forward, and Spargo again, it just didn't look to have anyone close by.
That ground level cover, but again, centre bounce through the front, right, effective clearance where you can penetrate and get deeper entries and then really put your defence under enormous pressure.
Corbin Middlemass on the tweet. Geelong have twice previously conceded 5 or more first quarter goals this season. They've won both of those games. Round 22 against St Kilda, round 13 versus Port. Good job, Corby.
Bounce back in the middle. Gawn hooks it down. Trying to come through Viney. Gets rid of it. Call for a throw. So Dangerfield with it.
Empty out well, Melbourne, really quickly.
Runs at Viney on the mark, then kicks it inside attacking 50. Myers goes to ground. He'll get a free kick. Rivers put him down off the ball. Right as it was heading in the contest direction and virtually directly in front. Ryan Myers can kick in that unique kicking style across the body to try and respond for the Cats.
Good leadership by Lever. Goes over to Rivers. Don't worry about it. Can't control it. Contest is gone. Focus on the next one.
So Myers comes in, boot to ball from 40 metres out. That unique action, but the desired result. Geelong respond again. They're 3 straight 18. Melbourne 6-3-39. It's back to 21 points again, 6 minutes into the second.
Centre bounce clearances are always vital, but particularly in big games. Just put the defence under pressure, keep getting it in there. You might not score from the first entry, it might be the second, the third, but over a period of 2 hours of footy, you get in there enough, you're just going to put those defences, and eventually they do start to crack.
Absolutely. Round 23 we did see for both teams, didn't we, how influential at certain stages of the game for both clubs, centre square bounce and scoring from them.
Bridget Lacey's downstairs.
Blitzaz has had to change his entire kit, and he's got the lovely taping around the nose and across the head. They've been desperate to get him back on after that, coming off with that bloodied nose.
It was streaming out from the snoz as he made his way off the ground. Gawn wins it down from the restart to Selwood. Got tackled, bounced away back to Stanley. Holmes kicked into the shins. Bounced ricocheted away from Petrarca. Selwood on the deck. Lovely hand pass found Menegola, who kicks almost as high up in the air as it goes forward. And across centre half forward. Comes off hands. Still going through Stanley. Couldn't take it. Petrarca elects to sock it towards the wing. Nudged forward by the teammate in Rivers. Gathers it again. Petrarca will put it on the boot. Looks to pick it across half forward. Good spoil, Zach Guthrie. Won it down. The ball bounced away from Oliver. Unfortunate for him. Then it came to close. Now to Selwood. To Rowan. Tried to get a hand pass to Holmes. Tackled by Brayshaw. Ball still there to be won. Menegola picked it up. Got tackled himself. Wrapped up by Salem. Ball up on the logo. Centre wing commentary side.
Importance of a big spoil from Guthrie there. If that just drops short, that's a goal.
Thrown aloft. Neither ruck had a tilling tap. Stanley just slapped it up in the air a second time. Spills out. Rowan, I think, underneath all of that, is it? No, Atkins. He was tackled immediately. Ball up again.
Sorry, Holmes playing as an inside mid.
Yeah, interesting. I think obviously Parf it out. They're just going to go to him for a little bit. He'll get a spell very shortly and then someone else will go in.
The D's come away with it. Spargo kicks deep forward. Getting back, Henry puts his hand through it and he tracks it to the boundary line. He's tackled over. Tom McDonald driving him over the line. He thought it was holding the ball. The umpire didn't. We'll get a throw in deep in the left forward pocket for the D's. Wouldn't have been out of place here last Sunday at Bledisloe. Brown to do the ruck work. Opposed to Radigalia. Radigalia taps it down to Holmes. Geelong bounce off halfback. Here's Duncan running into trouble. He's kicked towards the wing. Bounces to Cameron, who's able to gather. Handball back for Myers. Salem there. Salem comes through. Big bump on Myers. Out of play goes the ball. And we'll get a throw in between wing and left half forward for the D's. 21 points, Melbourne's advantage.
This is a lot closer contest than we saw on Sunday.
That's horrendous.
Sadly. Spun back in again. Apologies to our New Zealand listeners. Gawn won it down. Came towards Brayshaw. Hurry kick inside forward 50. Sat there for McDonald. Got his arms free. Was able to sweep the hand pass to Sparrow. Oh, slipped over and then into his back Holmes. That's unfortunate. The free kick's there, but Holmes did lose his footing and go into his back. And he pleads his case, but yeah, just bad luck that Sparrow went to ground, and then bad luck that Holmes lost his footing too and went into him.
And need him in the head.
Oh,
probably didn't help.
No, it's all the old lemony snickets. It was a series of unfortunate events. It's ended up with Sparrow with the ability to have a shot on goal. In the left forward pocket, he'll put boots a ball from about 35 out.
McDonald's ability to stand up again.
Tackle.
Yeah. Someone hanging off him finds a way to just get the ball out and a resulting shot on goal.
Just 5 goals for the season so far, but he's got one in the prelim for the Demons. They kicked their 7, and they put the lead back to what it was at quarter time. Melbourne with a 27-point advantage, thanks to the boots of Sparrow. 7-3-45, Geelong 3 straight 18. We've gone 10 and a bit minutes into the second term on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Well, we just mentioned he did lose his feet, Sparrow, and the Geelong player fell into the back. But what a lovely kick on goal. Such a lovely kicking style and a really important one for the D's. You know, Geelong kick one and then they go down the other end and just obviously extend their lead quite significantly. So, yeah, an interesting kind of start to the second term. I'm interested to see how Geelong bounce back now.
Career high 21-1 last week. We're in the qualifying final for Tom Sparrow. Menengola out of the middle for the Cats. Left foot ball inside 50. Floating across the front row and can't take the mark. Rivers on the last line. He's run down. Did he have Pryor? Umpire says no. Play on. Here at full forward for the Cats. The umpire holds his arms to his chest. We'll get a ball up. 15 out from the Cats' goal.
Let's see that again. Ooh.
Might have just been a moment there. Hawkins and Gawn. Gawn wins the tap. Knocks it back towards goal. Lever dives on the footy in the goal square. Ball spits out momentarily. Gawn again. He rushes it through cleverly. Just gets it on the boot as he was hitting the deck to get it through for a minor score. So Geelong's first blemish, 3-1-19. Melbourne 7-3-45, 11 and a half into the second.
Ball comes to Hibbert in the left back pocket, kicks beyond defensive 50. Up and a good mark to Jackson. The rising star rising into the air. What a good contested mark he is. Plucked the footy down from the Perth night sky and kicked towards left half forward. Big pack underneath that. It's offhand. Spills into the centre square. Gawn was there for the Demons. Hand pass towards the logo. Intercepted though by Blitzarves running onto it. Hand pass to Myers. Not a great kick. Chomped off by Harms. It's spilled back towards Hibbert. Hibbert will kick to Vine. He's stretching and marking on centre wing. Commentary side of the ground. Paul kick. He was under pressure from close. Straight down the throat of Tui. Are they going to give a free kick away here?
Yeah, so against close for the bump on Viney.
After the ball had gone away, he carried on with it, so it goes to Petrarca at left half forward.
So Petrarca lowers the eyes, looks for the leading Gawn, who marks. Was it touched? Play on, says the umpire. Gawn snaps from 40 and kicks the goal. Oh, and he loves it too, the big bearded fella. They come from everywhere to get around their skipper.
Looks to me like Geelong might be trying something with Blitzarves and Radigalia in the ruck. It looked like they were just trying a little bit of a swap there, get Blitzarves up around the ball, as well as have Radigalia up there as well. Obviously didn't quite work there. Gawn ran forward unaccounted and kicks a great goal.
Can only imagine it was touched on the way through. 8-3-51 the D's. Geelong 3-1-19 out to 32 points And Geelong, they've had enough of Max Gawn kicking big goals against them.
Yeah, played like a small forward then, didn't he? Just look on top of the ground, the Ds at the moment. Really covering the ground, where Geelong look really heavy and lethargic and just probably not covering as much. Mind you, they've been doing a lot of defending too at the moment, the Cats.
Game high, 32 points in favour of the Demons. Radaglia stretching, won it down. Jackson intercepted. Hand pass was meant for Oliver. Ran onto it. Viney. Clever hand pass to Jackson again. Demons in control at the moment. He'll go backwards to Salem, who marks just shy of the logo. Centre wing, commentary side, moves it to Brayshaw. He'll kick. Stretching Petrarca through his hands. Viney coming towards the football. Gathered it, got tackled immediately. Right where 50's painted on the ground at left half forward. It'll be a ball up. Atkins, the Cat player, to take him to ground. Throwing aloft again. Radaglia with the more telling tap. Taken by Dangerfield. Hand pass to Radaglia. Hand pass to Smith. Hand pass to Cam Guthrie. Has to get rid of it quickly under pressure. Beautiful kick. He finds Close, who marks centre wing.
Neutral territory on the northern wing. Close in the long sleeves, the only player out there tonight. He chips it defensively back to Cam Guthrie, re-signed during the week.
It's the only offensive 2/3 of the ground there. Haven't really made the ground big enough to go and get the ball control going.
Cam Guthrie looks forward of the wing, trying to find Hawkins. Petty right there with him. He fisted out a play. Cops a shove in the back of the head from Hawkins for his troubles. So I'll throw in just forward of the wing for the Cats, northern side of the ground. Melbourne leading by 32 points. Quarter-hour mark of the second term. Gawn and Radaglia. Gawn slaps it down. Viney hacks it out of midair towards the logo. Petrarca can't pick it up. Zach Guthrie can. His handball goes back to Petrarca. The D's back the other way. Getting involved, Sparrow. Picking it up, Neil Bullen for the D's. Kicks towards Viney. Viney at left half forward. Has to get it onto Petrarca. Henry coming the other way. High free kick. It'll come back. It'll go to Viney. Between wing and left half forward for the D's.
7th free kick of the night to Melbourne. They have the free kick 7-4. The inside 50s to them, 22-15. Make that 23-15. The kick into the left forward pocket, off hands. And over for a boundary throwing. The spoil coming from Henderson. 32 points, the Demons' advantage. Almost a packed stadium. Huge crowd in. One down by Stanley to Brayshaw, though. Got a hand pass towards the boundary line, and Selwood just really does make sure Sparrow knew he was tackled by pushing him into the turf on the other side of the line.
Get a reset here again. Pickett here free as a high forward.
Spun back in by the boundary umpire, 50 from goal. Stanley stretching, won it down. Duncan gathered for the Cats. His kick is along the ground. Neil Bullen put it back into traffic. Close couldn't pick it up. Neither could Brayshaw cleanly. Close had another go. Atkins picks it up. He's tackled by Salem. Somehow worked it out to Close, who hand passed back into a group of players. Pinballs around, socketed forward by Viney, and then marked by Henry. Messy bit of play, but the Cats now have possession. They've got it at right half back. A chance to send it back down the northern wing.
So Henry sets it up, looking for Hawkins. Gone there with him at the fall of the ball, Viney. Back feeds a handball to Lever. Sidesteps Hawkins, Lever. Kicks the D's back forward of the wing. Henry comes up, leaves it behind. Petrarca picks it up. Handball to Brayshaw. D's at left half forward. Clever kick from Brayshaw. How about a fine McDonald? 55 out. He looks inside 50. Nothing he likes immediately. Pickett leads at him. He goes into the pocket towards Fritsch. Right there with him. Here's Blitzarves, who's able to double fist it out and force a throw in. Left forward pocket here for the D's.
Geelong starting to camp players back a little bit inside 50 at the moment. They need to score. They need to take the game on. And yeah, overwhelming feeling is just to try to goal keep, but you can't do that in these games.
Melbourne leading by 32 points. Jackson down to Harms. Under pressure of a Selwood tackle. Gets a kick away. Now Duncan. Handball to Dangerfield. At half-back for the Cats, he jams it on the boot, tumbles it to half-forward. Nobody there but May.
And that's the dilemma. There's no one ahead for the Cats when they get it. May might give them an opportunity to go forward. He's kicked the ball out So at right half forward, it's going to be thrown in. Just missing his target.
There's no shape in front of the ball there, the Cats.
Ought to be spun back in again here. Gawn wrestles with Stanley. Gawn drags it in right-handed, threw it on the boot. Kicks high up in the air on the northern wing. And then it ricochets away off Blitzarves, who was battling away with Jackson for another throw-in. 8-3-51 the Demons, 3-1-19 the Cats. The winner into the grand final for 2021. Ball put back into play. Jackson against Stanley, neither with a telling tap. Oliver gathered, hand passed over his shoulder. Jackson's able to pick it up off the ground. Hand passes to the logo. Finds Bowie, kicks inside forward 50. No one can take a mark, trying to get to it. Guthrie instead picked up by Pickett, who bounced it through from the right forward pocket. He's an excitement machine. Cozzy Pickett in just his second final. He kicks the Demons ninth. 9-3-57 to 3-1-19. Melbourne's lead out to 38 points. That's at the 19-minute mark of the second turn.
So exciting, isn't he, Cozzy Pickett? Like, ball goes inside forward 50. Your Guthrie's running in probably knowing full well that Cozzy's on his tail, and just a slight little bit of body work there to put him off balance. And again, the dribble kick he's opted for, and it's gone through.
Just expected something to happen, didn't he?
Just the errors at the moment from the Geelong side of things. Stanley overruns the ball. Blitzarves doesn't execute that spoil really well, puts pressure on Guthrie to pick up a hot ground ball. It's just these little moments like this that often make the difference in finals, and Geelong aren't getting those little moments right at the moment.
Well, the flip side is Jackson just picked up a nice little ground ball there, clean as a whistle, and they get a forward 50 entry.
Jackson and Stanley in the ruck. Stanley down for Selwood. Spits out towards Langdon for the D's, though. Handball forward. Petrarca, little socket to his own advantage. Then he can pick it up. Handball to Jackson. Inside 50. On the left. Kicks to full forward. Blitzarves drops the mark for the Cats. Right alongside the goalpost. Has time to mop up. Gives it off to Zach Guthrie. Kick doesn't really find a target. Dropping the mark, Brayshaw. Tui there to pick it up for the Cats. Gives it off to Atkins. He'll send it to the wing. Looking for Radigalia, who launches and marks. So finally a chance to breathe for the Cats. 38 points the D's advantage. 20 minutes into the second. Radigalia sets it up towards half forward. Up goes Stanley at the fall of the ball. Viney for the D's. Out towards Bowie, who squeezes a kick. Out towards right half back.
Fritsch lost his footing. Henry tried to get there. Langdon arrived first. Hand pass again to Fritsch. So from right half back, he'll kick in the direction of Neil Bull, and Zach Guthrie came the other way. Heavy collision. Spilled out, though, to Oliver. Now a chance for Fritsch to kick towards right half forward, leading out and marking. It's Brown. He pauses for a moment to allow players to run forward. He'll head alongside the boundary line, spears it into the right forward pocket. Here's Bowie looking to measure the pass, and he finds Petrarca. Spargo, I beg your pardon, in the right forward pocket, and Petrarca takes the mark.
They've got an offensive mid who really pushes hard from general play. He ran through the mid-arcs, inside 50, all by himself. No one took responsibility, Petrarca, and he just stands there in there in general play, and just an easy, uncontested mark.
Melbourne have just got too many players in the photo. If you were to take a sort of a still shot at the moment of the contest, it's just too many Melbourne players compared to the Geelong Cats.
Petrarca already with one tonight. He'll put boots a ball from about 47 out. 45-degree angle to the right of centre. He misses to the right-hand side. A minor score. Melbourne's lead 39 points. 9-4 plays 3-1. 23 gone in the second.
Got plenty of support here in Perth. Christian Petrarca, his grandmother, one of 11, 8 of whom live in Perth. Geelong to the pocket. Tui short for Zach Guthrie again at left half back. Trying to find that kick mark game, the Cats. So Zach Guthrie sets it up long to the wing. Launching Dangerfield. Can't complete the mark. Radigalia tries to bullock through. Menengola drops the ball after deciding not to kick. Eventually they get it moving forward, but Bowie onto the footy for the D's. Spirals it inside 50. Fritsch is lurking. He might have been taken high. He was. And Bailey Fritsch will get the free kick. The mark set 40 metres out. Atkins clattering into him high. He'll go back from directly in front.
It's been good Bowie off half-back. Been really assertive with his positioning, and that ball, that quick kick that comes forward to him. Reading it well. Clean with it. It was a hack kick forward, yeah, but it's in a dangerous spot for Fritsch to go to work.
Geelong forward just look stagnant at the moment.
Don't they?
Look on the back foot. They're down on the score, but they need to create some energy somehow. Just find a goal, find another one.
From 45 out, directly in front. Fritsch is out to the left. A minor score. Couple of misses for Bailey Fritsch. Both out to the left. 9-4-58 the D's. Geelong 3-1-19. 40 points the advantage.
The kicking towards left half back. Looking for Dangerfield. Thought he had his arms chopped by Petrarca. The officials unconvinced. It'll be a throw-in instead. Viney's had it 18 times for the Demon. Petrarca's 17. Duncan 14 leads the Cats in terms of disposals. Jackson against Stanley. Stanley had the more telling tap. It came down though to Viney for the Demons. Kicks them inside forward 50. Sat there for Brown in the right forward pocket. He spins. It misses just to the left-hand side. So close to being a 10th major. Instead, 9-6-60. That's Melbourne. The Cats 3-1-19. 25 gone in the second.
May not matter, but you just hope they're not leaving the door ajar. As Smith comes up the middle to Cam Guthrie, receives it back by hand, then kicks the Cats into the middle of the ground. Lever in good position. Behind him, Dangerfield spoils. Petrarca picks it up. Handball knocked down, but it comes back to Petrarca. Kick off the backside of an opponent. Ricochets away to Viney. D's at half forward. Here's Tom McDonald running an arc, trying to avoid his opponent. He does. High ball to full forward. Blitzarv's in best position. Blitzarv juggles it down. And marks on the last line for the Cats.
Does a smother count when it goes off your glute and you're running across if you're Mitch Duncan?
41 points the D's advantage, closing in on half-time.
A handy spot to put it nonetheless. Worked out okay. Comes to Selwood. Goes to Dangerfield, who goes on a run and burns past his opponent in lever. Dangerfield from left half forward. Kicks inside forward 50. No mark taken. Goes down towards Petty. Did well. Spun away from Ratugolea. Had support again from Hibbard. He hands it off to Brayshaw. They weathered the storm, the Demons. He moves it short to Spargo at left half back. Melbourne's lead remains 41 points. 26 gone in the second.
Well done by Petty there. There was a 2-on-1 in the goal scorer and he won the contest, and now they're rebounding 50 out there, Melbourne.
Spargo kicks to the wing from the contest down in front, and Brayshaw carries it out.
It's outstanding defence. They were under the pump, out of position. It's a great sign of a connected defence when you're able to cover for each other like that and just find a way to scrap and get that ball to the ground.
Throw in, neutral territory on the wing. Gawn to the front. Stanley reaches over the top, slaps it to Smith. He's tackled quickly by Brayshaw. Ball spills out to Stanley. His handball knocked down. The Cats come away with it, though, through Selwood. Kicks to half forward, looking for Dangerfield. Can't mark on his knees. Salem picks it up off the deck. Handball to Lever, handball to Viney. Now Melbourne in control. He kicks forward of the wing. Kolodjasny in front. And Kolodjasny will get the free kick. He's being held by Petrarca, so Geelong with it back. Dangerous kick, just finds Duncan.
Duncan up the corridor to Smith. He'll sweep a hand pass forward. Now an opportunity for Buse. Oh, slipped over. So did his opponent Spargo. Buse bounces back up, finds Hawkins, who marks in the left forward pocket. Bridget Lacey quickly downstairs.
Yeah, Maxi Gawn just came back on the ground, but he had a long chat to Simon Goodwin on the bench about what skipper and coach wanted late in this quarter.
Understatement of the week to say that the Cats need this.
Absolutely.
From Tom Hawkins.
Well, it wasn't the right option from Viney. He had a little hit up in front of him, just a 25-metre kick. Chose to go the one-on-one.
61-35 for the season. Deep in the left forward pocket. It's a lovely kick. It's a much-needed goal. The Tomahawk delivers. The Cats, they end a run of 3 unanswered goals from the Demons. And indeed, 6 straight scores from the Demons. They've got their 4th of the night. Melbourne 9-6-60. Geelong 4-1-25, 28 gone in the second.
He did a lot of work there, Hawkins, to lose his opponent, didn't he? I think it was Petty. The countless amount of leads, tick leads up, and obviously then was able to get on the end because he had that separation, and it was a nice hit up.
Yeah, we talked about experience early on and how vital that can be in different instances. Experience is what got Hawkins that goal there. He just willed himself 1, 2, 3, 4 leads and then finally got the opportunity. Outstanding effort there, individual effort to hopefully generate some energy for the Cats.
A dangerous kick inboard from Kolajasny. Risk and reward. It ends in a goal. Stanley wins the tap back at the restart. Out of the middle, it spills forward for Cam Guthrie, soccers it to half forward. Rowan can't gather it. Dangerfield coming through. Knocks it inside 50. Free kick, it'll go to Danger.
It was there. Firm two hands in the back.
So Petrarca just pushing him in the back. Couple of big balls.
Likes his chances.
Going back as if he'll kick the goal.
I don't know about that one. Bit soft.
A smidge of mayo on that one from Paddy.
So the mark's set 51 and a half out. Maybe 51. But it's going to be difficult for Danger. We know he's a big kick. Can he roost one from 60? A little stutter for the champ. He sends it on the way. It's out to the left. It won't be through for a goal. Gawn's there. Stanley, 2 hands to it. Doesn't complete the mark. So he in the forward pocket. It's out and over. We'll get a throw in left forward pocket for the Cats. 35 points, the D's advantage. 9-6-60. Plays 4-1-25. We're about a minute away from halftime.
Better than a long point. That scenario just create another stoppage for Geelong.
Hawkins does the right work too. Guthrie, Cameron Guthrie just hacked it out of mid-air. Leaping up, Smith! Up against Rowan. He provided the main opposition to the mark, his own teammate. Smith was able to grab it. We'll go back and look to have a shot here from, we'll be putting boots of ball from about 40 out.
Take him any way you can, can't you?
Absolutely.
Hawkins again, influential tap, just creating something.
Isaac Smith, big moment for the Cats again. Starts out left, swings back, kicks the goal. They're up and about as we close in on half-time, Geelong. They kick back-to-back majors. Melbourne's lead is cut to 29 points, 9-6-60 to Geelong now, 5-1-31. 31 minutes gone in the second.
It's got to be the mindset of Geelong in a half-time, do they? Knowing that they can't claw this 5-goal back in 5 minutes, and it might take another hour of footy and grind their way to get themselves back in the game again.
We were down last year against the Dogs. I think it was about 7 or 8 goals in the first quarter. And Scotty's message was, we just need to get 1 or 2, then get another one, then get another one. It was a really simple message, but it gave the players a lot of hope. And fortunately, by the end of that game, we did just peg it back.
First time tonight that Geelong have kicked back-to-back majors. So back to 29 points. Bounce in the middle. Stanley and Gawn. Stanley swats it down towards Joel Selwood. Dangerfield over the ball. Stanley loses it. Cam Guthrie throws it on the boot to half forward for the Cats. Duncan can't mark. Brian Myers just soccers it forward. Salem's there for the D's. It's a handball away to Petrarca. Viney bouncing off half-back. He'll send it towards left half forward. Bouncing ball. Kolajasny comes out. He's tackled. Gets a handball away. Towards the boundary it goes. Busey's there to mop it up. Jams it on the boot. Tumbles it around the boundary. And out of play, we'll get a throw in. And that'll be it for the first half of this first prelim final. It'll be 4 goals apiece in the second term. And the D's will take a 29-point advantage into the main break. Geelong kicking back-to-back goals for the first time in the match with the last 2 of the first half coming through Tom Hawkins and Isaac Smith. So 9-6-60 the D's. Geelong 5-1-31.
Remarkably for Melbourne, 8 different goal kickers as well. Charlie Spargo, the only multiple goal kicker for them. And then it's Harms, Petrarca, Gawn, Neil Bullen, Sparrow, Pickett and Brown, while for the Cats, Stanley, Cameron, Smith, Hawkins and Myers, Geelong's goal kickers. 9-6-60 to Geelong, 5-1-31. What was a 27-point advantage to Melbourne at quarter time has become a 29.1. Those 2 goals as we closed in on the main break. In the Cats and their supporters huddled together at the Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium. A little bit of life and a bit of hope in this preliminary final. What have we made of it? Cara Antonio, Shane Woden and Harry Taylor on Grandstand AFL.
Well, for me, Melbourne have just looked like they're running for each other. They're running in numbers. They're there to support. They're a lot more cleaner at ground level and obviously inside forward 50. So giving their forwards a lot more opportunities. They've had 15 shots with their 30 inside 50s, whereas Geelong only the 18 inside 50s, but only the 7 shots. So for me, it's the Melbourne midfielders that have obviously racked up the possessions inside. In saying that, though, Geelong got on top in the clearances in that second, so you can tell that was obviously a clear message at quarter time from the midfield coach, and they've worked their way back into it, especially in that last 5 to 10.
Just not effective enough. Melbourne more effective at stoppage. It's not always just about the clearance, whether it's a hack or the ability to get through, and that's where they've dominated from that point of view. For me, I think it's a contest too, and particularly through the arcs. They're plus 20 odd now in ground balls, and majority of them are between the arcs where the mids are getting to work. And at the moment, the ability to win the contest, be stronger, be cleaner, as you said, Harry, with the fundamentals and the basics and doing those little things more often, more consistently than Geelong right now is probably holding them in good stead.
Yeah, Geelong will be disappointed with the contested possession numbers, down by around 20 at the moment. That's something they'd be highlighting. They pride themselves on being good in that area. And the ground balls as well, another area where Geelong pride themselves on being really strong. I think they'll be addressing, working out as a coaching group, how can they address those, how can they get those numbers back to a little bit more of a parity.
It's a work rate too, isn't it? Ability to turn up to those contests, which I think now, as you said, when you take a screenshot and the photo or the shot on the telly and you see more Melbourne numbers, again, from contest to contest, the work rate, the ability to get there, to outnumber, to win that contest, which is a contest and a contested possession, and be clean in there and then take the ball away. Melbourne been terrific in that area.
Well, I think you mentioned it, Wowie, that Geelong looked a little bit flat, a little bit tired, and obviously that week off, the freshen up for Melbourne may be doing them a world of good, because as we've mentioned already, they're just running. They're running in numbers and they're looking way more exciting with ball in hand.
Yeah, they certainly are. Big decisions for the coaches to make. Do they throw anything positionally around right now to get some influence from others in the game? Because there's some players in there who are well done on form. Gary Ryan hasn't touched the ball yet. Henry's been limited. Jeremy Cameron has had the 2 possessions. The Duncan, Dangerfield, so they're getting their hands on it, and which we know they do with their experience. But how does your bottom 6 or 7 complement the rest of the group to be able to have more influence and really try and help the senior players along?
Often it comes down to the bottom 6, if you like, in finals. How effective can they be compared to the opposition? Because generally what you're going to get from your stars, from your more experienced players. So I think Geelong would have some clear plans of what they might change around. Looking forward to seeing what that looks like in this next half.
And those of you getting involved via the text 0437 774 774. Bill says the Cats are not doing enough around the contest, but they do merit a few holding frees though. Rob says a lot of people say Radical is Geelong's barometer, but I think Rowan is more so. Been largely unseen tonight and they're a long way behind. Is that a fair comment? With Gary Rowan, he does, when he seems to be up and about, so too do the Cats.
Yeah, that's right. One thing I loved about his game last week, he laid a great defensive tackle early in the game. So ran from sort of just inside the forward 50 to on the wing, made a great tackle. Wasn't a stat. Probably didn't get noticed by a great deal from outside, but for me that was a sign of him being on, him being up and about. And that's stuff that I haven't quite seen enough of him. We haven't seen him run someone down yet. We haven't seen him effect a really great spoil or a great smother.
I never see him play high. It's always in your second line or deep. And even at centre bounce, to start up on the line and influence, if it's a quick kick that comes your way, you're in the game, or your ability to empty out and work up defensively, be in the contest and in the game, or even at stoppage, come up, play as a high forward, get in and around it where they generally do as the 5th, and get involved and mix it up a bit. And that's probably his role to play a bit deeper and help out the other two. But, yeah, how do I get myself in the game again? And certainly mentally from a tackle and defensive point of view, but even a positional thing also too in that front half.
Assess this from Bill. The Cats need to try and drag Lever and May down the wing and then use Rowan's speed to get their own key players isolated inside their 50 and give a bit of a tougher contest.
Well, I noticed in that, particularly in that quarter, obviously May's carrying a bit of an injury at the moment, but he was almost like that anchor point back there. He had no one even near him, and he was happy to stay home in that D50, and Lever was more than happy to come up on the wing with Gawn. I think we mentioned would take Hawkins in that position. So it's going to be a little bit hard, I think. I would have thought to try and drag them both out of D50 to create that contest. But in saying about Rowan, did they throw him in the guts? Did they throw him in the midfield to get his hands on it and try and work his way into it? I don't know, but I think they definitely probably need to reassess a few things at half time, because at the end of the day, there's no next week for the loser, is there? So that something needs to change for the Cats.
And a question also here from Rob, 0437 774 774. This is a comment. The danger free was a square up for the D's getting the better of the whistle away approach to finals, but a lot of arms being chopped. Should they put the whistle away with arms being chopped, because they would have been paid, this is Rob, during the season? The precedent has been set throughout the year. Have you noticed that tonight?
No.
No influence from the umpires at all. There's been a couple of highs, and they've been there, but I reckon they've officiated really well.
I agree.
Thank you very much for your contributions. If you want to have your say, we'd love to hear from you. 0437 774 774 if you want to get in touch. It is half time. Melbourne 9-6-60 to the Cats 5-1-31. And last I checked, good news for Melbourne's all-round. The Melbourne Storm in front of the Manly Seagulls in the qualifying final in the National Rugby League. Early in the second half, the Storm well in control. They led 30 points to 12. So Melbourne's in front on both sides of the nation. There will be plenty more here from Perth Stadium. A big second half to come. Can the Cats fight back, or will the Demons be able to make their first grand final since 2000? That is all ahead of us. But right now, let's pause and take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Rachel Hayter. The New South Wales opposition leader is calling on the Premier to keep holding the daily COVID press conferences until the lockdown is lifted. Tony Ibrahim has more.
New South Wales reported a record 1,542 cases and 9 deaths today. Modelling suggests cases are expected to peak next week, but Premier Gladys Berejiklian says the daily press conference won't take place from Monday. Rather, New South Wales Health will upload the statistics online. Labor leader Chris Minns says they should continue until 70% of the adult population is fully vaccinated.
There's a lot of information that needs to be imparted to millions of people, in particular the specifics in relation to health orders. And also it's an important part of scrutinising the decisions that are being made.
The Premier says she'll still hold press conferences on a need basis.
A regional Victorian train driver and conductor have tested positive for COVID, causing disruption to up to 100 V-Line services. Jean Edwards reports.
Victoria has recorded 334 new cases of coronavirus, along with the death of a Melbourne man in his 70s who wasn't vaccinated. A Gippsland train driver is among those who've tested positive to COVID-19, causing disruption to up to 100 V-Line services. The Public Transport Minister, Ben Carroll, says the infection has forced other staff into isolation.
This one individual did enter the staff room at Southern Cross Station, and that has impacted up to 100 staff at this stage.
A train conductor also has the virus.
Federal police have charged a South Australian woman for impersonating a Commonwealth official over an alleged plot to overthrow the government. Here's Eric Torchek.
The 49-year-old woman has been arrested and charged more than a month after police raided her home in Peterborough in SA's mid-north. They were investigating a group of people who met online to discuss forming an alternative federal police force and arresting senior MPs and public servants. Police allege the woman helped order fake police badges from overseas to an address in Cairns. They were later found by Queensland police dumped in a creek. The woman's been charged with impersonating impersonating a Commonwealth official and importing a banned item. A Perth man has already faced court on similar charges.
Victoria's mining regulator has put one of the state's biggest gold mines on notice, months after a tunnel collapsed without warning at the site. Here's Charlotte King from ABC Regional Investigations.
Documents seen by the ABC reveal 600 tonne of rock material collapsed in March at the Ballarat gold mine, which operates underneath a suburb of the regional city. Former staff have told the ABC it was dumb luck. It wasn't a fatality because the accident happened during a shift change. WorkSafe has since issued multiple compliance notices to the company Balmain Gold. Now, Earth Resources Regulation has announced it's conducting a fit and proper assessment of the mine's licensee to determine their capacity to operate the mine. In a statement, Balmain Gold has defended its safety record and says it operates within all regulatory requirements.
Overseas, a Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman has described today's phone call between President Xi Jinping and his US counterpart as positive and productive. Joe Biden requested the call and the pair spoke about the pandemic, trade and the responsibility of both nations to ensure competition does not become conflict. Foreign Ministry spokesman Li Jianzhao told reporters the two major powers have an obligation to the world to cooperate.
When China and the United States cooperate, the two countries and the world will benefit. When the two countries are in confrontation, the two countries and the world will suffer. Getting the relationship right is not an option, but something we must do and must do well.
And the fifth cricket test between India and England in Manchester has been cancelled at the last minute due to a COVID-19 scare. A statement from English cricket's governing body, the ECB, said that India was unable to field a team for the match due to fears of a further increase in the number of COVID cases in the squad. Indian head coach Ravi Shastri tested positive during India's fourth test win. And another member of the coaching staff also tested positive yesterday. You can get more news on our website, abc.net.au/news.
Coming down the track straight over the bowler's head.
Perry with a double hundred in a test match.
Women's international cricket.
They come for a second. Throw on its way. Shoot, run out. On the stumps, big shout. The leg before and she's given.
Australia versus India starts September 21.
G'day, I'm Jan Fran.
Absolutely not true.
And we have a quiz show that will put an end to fake news.
Slight overreach.
Catch the new show about getting your facts straight.
It showcases the best new comedians.
Yeah, that bit's true.
And it gives you the tools to tackle misinformation.
Question everything.
People call me misinformation.
Really?
Drop in for a new show with Will Anderson and Jan Fran. Wednesday nights on ABC TV and stream it on ABC iView.
The 2021 AFL Final Series. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Selwood will now drive it inside 50, looking for a marker. Radagalier in good position. Stanley too. Stanley goes up and drags it in. Plum in front, 25 out. Stanley comes in and pops it through.
Oliver kicks inside forward 50, stretching. Henderson able to knock it to ground. Picked up by Spargo again. Snaps on the right, puts it through for his second.
So Myers comes in, boots a ball from 40 metres out. That unique action, but the desired result. So Petrarca lowers the eyes, looks for the leading Gawn, who marks. Was it touch? Play on, says the umpire. Gawn snaps from 40 and kicks the goal.
Bowie kicks inside forward 50. No one can take a mark. Trying to get to it. Guthrie instead picked up by Pickett, who bounced it through from the right forward pocket. He's an excitement machine. Now an opportunity for Buse. Slipped over. So did his opponent Spargo. Buse bounces back up, finds Hawkins. Deep in the left forward pocket. It's a lovely kick. It's a much needed goal. The Tomahawk delivers. Hawkins starts the right work to Guthrie. Cameron Guthrie just hacked it out of mid-air, leaping up Smith. Isaac Smith, big moment for the Cats again. Starts out left, swings back, kicks the goal.
The 2021 AFL Finals Series on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
We're at Perth Stadium for the first preliminary final. A berth in the grand final awaits our winner at the moment. Melbourne in the box seat, 9-6-60 to Geelong, 5-1-31. One of the big stories today in footy was the news that Kane Little is no longer the chief executive of the Carlton Footy Club. There's been a lot of talk that Brian Cook may end up being, well, convinced by the Blues. He's already announced that he will be leaving Geelong at the end of the season, convinced by the Blues to come across and head up their organisation. As a CEO, clubs have won 5 premierships under his charge, 2 at West Coast in 92 and 94, and then, of course, Geelong's most recent 3 in 07, 09 and 2011. So I thought we'd ask Harry Taylor, Brian Cook, what makes him such a good CEO? He's had such success. If the Blues were able to convince him to move across, you would imagine that's going to be an enormous boost. But from your dealings with him as a player, and now with the added bonus that you're actually an administrator to yourself, what makes him a good CEO?
Yeah, there's 2 things I know about Cookie. One, he is such a values-driven person, and I'm sure if he does go to Carlton, he'll be trying to make sure that that organisation is led by some sort of values, some sort of purpose, and full commitment to that. And that stems from the playing group through to the administration, through to the supporters and members as well. He loves to have that much influence and believes in values that much. The other thing I know about him is he loves swimming. So I'm not sure how close Carlton is to the beach or some form of water, but
not as close as Geelong was.
It needs to be close by because he is an avid swimmer.
I'm sure they've got pools in Carlton somewhere.
I think he has completed the Rottnest Channel swim, has he not?
21 or 2 times.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, yeah, he's at the Trade Winds, I think, currently, or with the group, they've got a pool. I think it's about 10 metres long. The other day, the boys said he was in there and he did about 1,000 laps. Not many strokes between either laps. So
the river's at the front door there. You could just swim across the North Rio a bit.
Yes,
and
indeed. So from your time, and he was obviously there a little bit before you arrived there, but values you speak of, was that, how did he go about instilling that as a CEO? What did he do?
Just in every conversation he had, he would reference them often. All the behaviours were based on what those values were. So if the footy club believed in relationships or unity or connection, he would live out those values himself and demand everyone else did the same thing. And that's not just while you're at the football club. That's when you drive home. That's with your family. That's throughout every part of your life. There was no turning it off and on with Cookie. It was if I believe in being a united person, I want to do that the whole of my day.
Brian Cook, certainly his name has been linked to the Blues. Carlton at the moment without a coach and now without a CEO after the news that Kane Little departs the organisation today. M from Melbourne. G'day, M. Not sure if the Cats can pull a rabbit out of a hat here, but they might need to perform a miracle. Go Cats. Margaret, who's a Geelong member, says, Harry, please come back. And he's very comfortable here in the grandstand box at the moment. And Len from Albany makes an interesting point. There'd be some irony if the Cats coach capitalises on the traditional length of quarters because he wants to finish them in the game. He'll need every minute he can at the moment, Chris Scott, for his side to fight their way back into this as a spectacular LED light show lights up Perth Stadium. It goes dark and the final celebrations see red and blue fire up around the ground. They've been firing up on the park, those in the red and the blue. It's been all about the Demons in that first half. 9-6-60 to Geelong, 5-1-31. We were a little bit depressed, it must be said, with the light show we saw last week between the Cats and GWS. Perth Stadium showing just a little bit of what it will be able to do on grand final night. Or should I say grand final eve, because that's what it will be, the twilight on September 25. Can the Cats fight their way back? Will it be the Demons who continue to roll on? Ben Cameron to get us started in this second half.
So Stanley and Gawn, they stand opposed to one another. The bounce back in the middle. Flick down, Dangerfield onto the loose footy. Now Petrarca shovels it over his head. Oliver He'll send the D's inside 50 in the Brown direction. Launches at the footy. Clunks it. What a start for the D's out the front of the stoppage. And Ben Brown, who kicked their first goal in the first term, can try and kick their first of the second half.
Well, Atkins started centre bounce down, tagging Petrarca. He got sucked into the contest. Petrarca, the nice little handball over the top, and out they were. And again, we've spoken about it all game. That centre clearance so vital.
Good connection, Oliver and Petrarca, don't they?
Yeah.
Probably the best combo in the comp.
Ben Brown.
Been good tonight, Brown. His presence.
Sorry, Wowie. Going straight up and down, taking it at his highest point. He comes in through the arc of 50, boot to ball from 30 out. He drives it home. He's got 2. And the D's have a steadier to start the second half. They're a nervous bunch, Demon fans, but that will help. 10-6-66 plays 5-1-31. A 35-point advantage a minute into the third term on Grandstand AFL.
Blitzov's got reason to be pretty angry with his teammates there. 1, the clearance, again out the front, no pressure entry. And 2, there's probably opportunities for his fellow defenders to jump, get a spoil on there. They left him 1 out. Early in this term, just needed to punch the ball, clear the area, just make a big statement.
They've isolated well, haven't they? Just too worried about their own opponents rather than influence third in.
8 goals of their 10 from stoppages.
Dominated.
A ruck battle again. Gawn against Stanley. Comes out to Dangerfield. Gets the Cats away. With a kick towards the southern wing. Close tries to charge in front of Langdon. Can't keep it in. Will be thrown in between centre wing and right half forward.
So that's the positional change. Atkins inside, close to a wing. Tui back.
Gone with the more telling tap. Straight down the throat of Duncan, though. Ball jarred out when he was tackled. Came to Atkins. Kicks Geelong into the right forward pocket. Radaglia came at the football. 1 down by Cameron. Radaglia continued his run. Hand pass intercepted by Sale and then tackled by Radaglia. Ball jars free. Bowie with a chance to clear. 1 to ground. Good smother coming from Geelong in there. Trying to work it out. Duncan at the bottom of the pack. It's been locked in. Hibbert and Oliver, the tacklers. Ball up in the right forward pocket for the Cats, who trail on the scoreboard by 35 points.
Radaglia and Gorm both with hands on it. Oliver picks it up. Handball back to Bowie. Kicks the D's to the wing. No one able to gather it immediately. Harms comes through. Overruns the footy. Allows in Henderson for the Cats. Gets it off to Atkins. Snaps inside 50. Bouncing ball. Lever. Knocks it out towards Gawn. Cameron coming the other way. Hawkins a clever soccer. Cameron in the goal square. Kick smothered. Or Smith it was rather, trying to dribble it on goal. These bodies were in the way, a human shield of sorts. And it just bounces aimlessly through for a minor score. 5-2-32, plays 10-6-66, Melbourne by 34.
Great effort from Bowie, just diving across. If you watched the Paralympics, like those in the goal ball, his body on the line, kick towards the outer side of the ground for the Demons. Petrarca had it. Got it away to Oliver. Finds Brown leading out towards the boundary line. Just forward of the southern wing. Hand pass to Langdon. Went into a cul-de-sac. Was able to hand pass forward. Viney tackled. Wrapped up by Buse. Ball jars free. Came towards Dangerfield. Then to Blitzarves. Kicks around the body. Bounce back towards Langdon. Not a great kick. Hand pass to Petrarca. Langdon provides the Shepherd. Kick inside forward 50. Fritsch. He marks better than a 45-degree angle to the left of centre. There's a bit of push and shove going off the ball here. Selwood was involved with Langdon. Didn't spot what started it, but this will be 50 to Melbourne. And then plenty of Demons will go and offer some advice to the Cats captain.
I think Langdon went up to Selwood and just, gave him a little mouthful, and retaliator always gets caught, unfortunately.
Bailey Fritsch can't miss and doesn't. He puts it into the second tier. His first of the evening. They have 9 separate goal kickers now, Melbourne. 11-6-72. So the Cats 5-2-32, and we're back to what is an equal game high of 40 points. The advantage of the Demons, 5 gone in the third.
Just discipline aside, but just the difference between the two midfielders, like anything from contest, Geelong are hacking, where you'll see in the last two occasions, Petrarca and Oliver, they drive their legs and they get through that first line and lower the eyes, or they shape the ball. You know, that's not just a quick hack from the contest.
They're elite players. We spoke about the kick inside 50 is going to be vital over the course of the evening. Petrarca, Oliver, their ability to lower their eyes has just been outstanding.
Bounce in the middle is perfect. Gawn straight to Viney, to Petrarca. He bursts out of the middle, gets around one. Handball to Gawn, attacking edge of the square. 55 out. Gawn on the fly. Gawn goes bang. He holds his arms out and celebrates with his teammates. He's kicked 2 goals tonight that you just shouldn't be able to when you're 210 centimetres. 12-6-78, plays 5-2-32. 6 minutes into the third.
And again from stoppage, again from centre bounce through the front, but Petrarca draw the defence, engage the defenders, free your hands, give it to Gawn, through the front again. Poor defence from Geelong. I feel sorry for them tonight. Yeah, there at times they've got to be able to influence their own contest and win their one-on-one battles, but when it's coming in like this all the time or over your head, it's too hard to stop.
Petrarca, 25 years of age. He has got some silverware, some medallions to collect in the next little while. He has been unbelievable.
Dual Australian. That'll be his second gong this year. The restart, Melbourne will win it again. They get the clearance through Oliver. Kick into the middle of the ground. It's sat there for McDonald, who gathers and snaps. Delight at Perth Stadium. Their 10th different goal kicker. It's all about Melbourne. 13-6-84. The Cats are 5-2-32, and they have begun this third term on a storming run.
Everything going their way at the moment, is it, on their terms? And you can just see the Geelong players all across the ground, the body language, they look deflated, they look defeated already, but they need to be able to find something. They need to be able to lift, and they need someone to step up.
Well, you spent a lot of time in the middle of the ground. What can the Geelong players do now? I mean, they're on the back foot. They're getting dictated to. What can they throw that's different?
It starts with Stanley a little bit, doesn't it? He's got to influence that contest a little bit more and start driving the footy forward a bit more. Because at the moment, it's effectively they're playing man-on-man at the moment, Geelong, and they're getting through the front. I don't even hold a sweeper there at times.
Gawn takes it out of the ruck, gets a handball away. Dangerfield comes and mops it up, picks it up for the Cats. Handball to Cam Guthrie. He kicks to half forward, bouncing ball, tracking it Lever, so too Hawkins. Boundary line wins out, we'll get a throw in.
It's really difficult too, because when you've got a dominant ruckman who's influential like Gawn is, like Nat Newey is around centre bounce, it's really difficult to understand where that ball's going, so you do become reactive a lot of the time.
Throw in at half forward for the Cats. Stanley to the front. Gawn takes it out of the ruck, jams it on the left boot. Kicks forward of the wing here for Melbourne. McDonald spoils it to ground, does his own roving, getting involved. Kolajasny picks it up for Geelong. Handball back to Meningola. Handball to Tui. Tui stops, touches the ball on the ground at left half back. Then kicks short to Meningola. Not the required distance, so Meningola goes. Kick partially smothered. Henry comes in, takes it on the chest, gets a handball away. Myers just knocks on the Guthrie handball. Then Duncan, he'll send it towards the southern wing and Atkins.
Chance for the Cats here through Rowan. Inside forward 50. May with a diving stop. Saw it punched away to Brayshaw. He got it on to Gawn. Gawn kicks down the northern wing. Up is McDonald. Courage shown by Henry going back. Tui's able to gather the loose football. Picks it up. Short hand pass forward to Meningola. Sweeps a hand pass again forward. Finds Holmes. Looked to work it on towards Myers. Couldn't really do so. It was there again to Dangerfield. Tackled by Salem. Ball ricochets away. Eventually picked up by the Demons. Brayshaw runs into space. Takes 2 bounces as he heads towards the northern wing. He'll kick towards right half forward. Out in front, Brown. Marks 70 from goal. He can pop it into the right forward pocket. Petrarca marks.
Drifted forward now, Petrarca. He's not doing it as a mid. He's going forward and having an impact there.
7 marks for Brown. He's been very good, hasn't he?
Good, hasn't he? Yeah. He just comes with the ball. You know, a lot of stuff he was doing at the Kangaroos for a long period of time.
So Petrarca is standing as what should ever be known as the Nunes pocket. Started against the fence as well. 50 out for goal. He won't go for goal. He tried to get an inboard pass. Didn't work out precisely, but McDonald was able to take it from right full forward, kick the fat bit of the footy. It floats across the face of goal. Smith got it there for the Cats. Hand pass back into traffic. It's going to be locked in. Trying to spot who's underneath all of that. Henderson was tackled by Oliver. It'll be a ball up at left full forward for Melbourne.
4 unanswered goals in this third term. Radigalea brings it down. Oliver was held. Free kick. Will it go to Gawn or Oliver? Gawn's marching back with the ball under his arm. And it's going to be Max Gawn, who was, taken over their shoulder by Radigalea in the ruck contest. After that, Oliver was pulled off the ball, possibly by Duncan. It won't matter. So Maxi Gawn can possibly kick his third. A very slow approach. Big Max comes in, kicks the goal. And it looks like it's Geelong who are gone. 14-6-90, plays 5-2-32, a third for Big Max. 12 minutes into the third term.
15 possessions, 3 goals out of your ruckman. That's a pretty good return, isn't it? And we've still got a fair bit of footy.
For a full game, yeah, that's right.
A fair bit to go.
He's dominated tonight. Around the contest again. Radigalea, just what do you do when you've got a guy just so dominant aerially from his craft point of view? You just get caught hanging on, reaching.
If Geelong set this game up differently by kick mark a little bit more at the start, Gawn runs. So Gawn can't get into the game with multiple stoppages. He can't use his great touch to start to generate things. He has to start to get on his bike. Geelong weren't able to do that early enough.
This could be the story of the next fortnight. Bridget Lacey's downstairs.
And Stephen May's just come to the bench and he's just having a chat again about, I think, what the future holds in this game for him with that strapping on the right leg.
Cats bring it out of the middle. Selwood kicks inside the attacking 50. Radigalea flew. Hawkins tried to get a hand pass to Cameron. Petty chopped it off. Good defensive work again to Salem. Beyond defensive 50. Petrarca. Gawn has been awesome, says Jane and Sam on text. 0437 774 774. Riley agrees. Party tricks now by the Demons. As Petrarca kicks towards centre wing, commentary side. Front position was blitz arms. Jackson able to get a fingertip to it, see it over the boundary line for a throw-in. That will be the story of the next 2 weeks. The condition of Stephen May. Problem with the right hamstring. He's getting a bit of work on his back, we can see from our position right now. Spun in again. One down by Blitzarves. It comes to Cam Guthrie. Kicks high up in the air. It'll go into the middle of the ground. Underneath it, Langdon. He takes the mark for Melbourne.
Langdon kicks laterally. Good kick to find Rivers. Forward handball to Salem for the D's. Handball over the top to Viney. Handball back to Salem. Now at half forward. Breaks a tackle. Gets around Atkins. Kicks towards full forward. Towards Brown. Henry does well to bring it to ground. Arriving Kolajasny. He's tackled to deck. And the umpire to come in and ball it up. Shamo Woden, did you think it was all a bit too easy there for Christian Salem?
I thought he set him up early in the game. Salem off half-back.
Gawn takes it out of the ruck. You are kidding me. Party tricks from Big Max. He knocks it onto his boot. Snaps on goal. From the pocket, he's got 4.
Wow.
And they look every bit like the Harlem Globetrotters.
We've sung Gawn's praises, Petrarca, Oliver. We probably haven't mentioned Salem enough. He has been outstanding. I am getting a really good appreciation of how good a footballer he is from this height where we are positioned. Just his ability to generate stuff from half-back. He reminds me a lot of Corey Enright in terms of being able to influence a game of football.
Yeah, he's polished, isn't he? Very clever. Again, he just manhandled Blitz then. Gawn, and that's his strength around stoppage. That's the 12th goal from stoppage tonight.
And speaking of goals, their 6th straight to start this quarter. Goals at the 1st, the 6th, the 6th, the 8th, the 12th and the 15-minute mark. As Melbourne have complete control now of this preliminary final. Umpire spots a free kick, and that will go the Demons' way as well. Jackson taken high. He'll have the ball in the middle of the ground, obviously. Plays on by hand. Runner going by. Rivers kicks long inside. 50. Oh, he can do no wrong, Big Max. He takes an absolute beauty of a contested grab. And Viney goes in just to give his best wishes to the Cats that surrounded Big Max Gawn. Oh, what a monster he has been. He's got 4. Could he kick a 5th? They stand up and applaud Max Gawn, the Melbourne skipper, around the ground. Gawn's kick's on its way. It is footy to the max at Perth Stadium. This preliminary final is all Big Maxi Gawns. He's got 5. And the Demons are on their way to a grand final. Even at the 16-minute mark of the 3rd term. This lead is now out to a remarkable 70 points. 16-6, 102. They've gone past the 3 figures. Geelong 5-2-32.
He's a great example, Maxi Gawn, of someone who probably came into the system a bit rough around the edges from some of the stories I've heard. Maybe not the most professional player out there back in those days, but just turned himself into some sort of athlete, some sort of player, hasn't he? Like the strength and the ability to use his ability, his sort of attributes there is just fantastic.
Talk about being dictated to at centre bounce positioning.
Bounce back in the middle. Blitzarves into the ruck for the Cats. No decisive tap. Dangerfield swoops onto the loose footy. Kicks the Cats on the left to half forward. Coming out, Lever. Intercept mark. He marks on his chest. At right half back. What a performance from Big Max Gawn. Lever kicks back towards the wing. Dangerfield goes up, lands hard. Neil Bullen comes up with it for the D's. Off to Viney. Chips inside 50. Brown can't complete the mark. Henry there for the Cats. Comes out, gets a handball away to Blitzarves. Handball to Zach Guthrie, who tumbles it to the wing. Dangerfield soaring back play.
Rowan tapped it to his own advantage. Taps it along the boundary line. Oh, running to Gawn has just smashed him. Rowan trying to step inboard. Oh, Max Gawn, there's nothing he can't do at the moment. Absolutely fair tackle. Gary Rowan got monstered, just like Gawn's done to everybody else in a Cats outfit tonight. Tapped it down in the ruck battle to Harms, who kicks high up in the air, spills down the direction of Duncan, can't gather. Sparrow could. Got it away towards Rivers, hands it off to Langdon. Bursts through, hand passes for Rivers to run onto. Tui provides pressure. The hand pass off the deck was perfect. Langdon gathers, hand passes inside forward 50. Petrarca kicks on goal. Oh, he's missed.
Great run.
They were looking for a 7th straight major. It's just a minor. A behind, 16-7, 103, Geelong 5-2-32.
Just again, clean at half back off the ground. The ability to overlap and create. Very good.
Henderson with the kick in. Goes as long as he can towards the wing. Stanley up high, doesn't complete the mark. Bowie, how about a row for the D's? Handball to Tom McDonald, handball knocked away. And out of play, Bridget Lacey downstairs.
You mentioned Patrick Dangerfield was very sore in back play. He came straight off on the bench. It looked like his breath had been completely taken away. Looks to be okay now after having a chat to the doc.
It's a horrid feeling, isn't it? Being winded, never nice.
He throws himself in, Paddy. He just throws himself at the ball.
When you're 70 points down, worse.
Jackson palms it down to Petrarca. Now to Bowie. Kicks a floater towards full forward. In good position. McDonald can't mark. Out the back. Brown can try and soccer. Tries to pick it up instead. Allows in the Cats. Zach Guthrie on the last line. Kicks short. And finds Blitzarves. In the left back pocket, he chips it to Cam Guthrie, who's able to take the mark. So 71 points. Demons fans, I think you can relax. I know you're all pessimists, but I think they'll be winning from here.
Certainly didn't expect this.
No, we didn't, as Tui shares it beyond defensive 50 with Kolajasny. Moves it to Myers, and Tui continues his run from centre wing on the southern side. He turns it over down the throat of Oliver, coming the other way. He cut off the kick, but his attempted effort to move it forward wasn't great. He was able to miss his target. It's gone over the boundary line for a throwing at left half forward.
Can we just go back to that tackle? Baxi Gawn, you could just see how much he wants this game. Not only has he kicked 5 and he's winning the hit-outs, the aggression and his mindset in that tackle, and he's laid 5 as a key ruckman.
Second most on the ground. Unbelievable.
The restart, it comes out towards Langdon, looks to shovel the hand pass forward and then taken high, front on contact. Viney will get the free kick against Blitzarves.
Great leadership, isn't it, from your skipper?
Oh, absolutely. After that tackle, he put his hand up for a rest. Come off. Probably needs it.
Yeah, absolutely, as Viney kicks to left half forward. Big group up. Offhand, spills down to Sparrow. He'll kick long towards full forward. Zach Guthrie's back there. Oh, Pickett! Stolen away and bangs it through! Cozzy Pickett's got a second. It is party time if you're in red and blue. They've got 17. 17-7, 109. So the Cats 5-2-32.
Look like they're using a different ball at the moment. Yeah, they do. They're reading it well. They're clean with it, kicking it better than Geelong. It just looks like a different footy compared to Geelong, who are just cannot generate anything at the moment. It's a bad place to be. I have been there before. You're a long way down the preliminary final. There's probably players thinking that they might not be around again. Like this might be their last chance. Who knows? They might not be on the list. There's others probably starting to drift forward as well. It's going to be a really tough place for them to fight through in this next sort of quarter or so left.
Aaron on the text, go the Mighty Demons. I can't stop crying. I reckon there's Melbourne supporters who feel exactly like that around the nation.
Now their highest scoring third term this year is out of the middle. Stanley to Atkins. He's been thrown in there. Kicks the Cats inside 50. Rivers with the spoil. Bouncing ball. Bowie onto it. He's been impressive. Able to gather. Feeds a handball to Viney. On the southern wing. Viney runs onto it. Now kicks forward of it. Trying to find a target in Tom McDonald. Can't take the mark. Neil Bullen out the back. Handball misses the target. Neil Bullen goes back and gets it. Runs a little arc. Kicks to half forward. Spoilt by Blitzarves. Salem at the fall of the ball. Tries to kick under it. Oncoming spoil. Bouncing ball. Getting back Menegola for the Cats in the left back pocket. Oh, they almost make a mess of it. Menegola goes back in to clean up his mess. And the Cats can get out of there through Kolajasny.
He moves it on towards Holmes, who marks on his chest at left half back. The pleas have already started from this side of the nation. Holmes, looking to find Duncan instead. One down by Gawn, who's everywhere, to Oliver. Pops it into the right forward pocket. Pickett marks. We decide to have a shot from about 52 out. He'll start beyond the boundary if he does.
Their ability to delay Geelong defensively been very good. Ability to close out the options.
Maxi Gawn looks dangerous again here. I'll be going to stand next to him because this kid could get pulled.
Dangerous trying.
Pickett will set it up towards the top of the square. He wanted Gawn. It's punched through instead. Buying a score. Let's go downstairs. Bridget Lacey.
Melbourne have finally made a call on Stephen May. He's been substituted out. James Jordan ready to enter.
That's always going to happen, I thought.
We've got a race against time for the grand final as Tui comes out of the back pocket. Not a great kick, but it bounces to Selwood on the wing. Handball to Blitzarves. Kicks the Cats out towards neutral territory on that southern wing. Bouncing ball. Salem there with Myers. Myers gathers. He's tackled out. And a throw in. There's always one. Somebody with a fitness test. Somebody to watch all week.
Get 2 weeks of injury watch this time.
They're good for headline writers too. Stephen May, the name just lends itself to it as Stanley takes it out of the ruck, snaps forward towards half-ward and it tumbles out. 17-8, 110 the Ds. Geelong 5-2-32, 25 into the third.
It's not what we predicted at all. Melbourne went in as favourites. They have absolutely crushed the Cats. As Close gets the clearance from the restart. Hibbard's able to gather in the left forward pocket for the Demons. Under pressure, he takes it across the line for a throw-in.
The extra week off changes things a bit, doesn't it? In terms of resting players now, you've got to think about, what do you do between now and your next game? Because there's clearly some push probably to get some players off, but there's others that might need a bit more of a run.
Gawn won it down. This time it didn't work for him. It bounced towards the Cats. Close worked it on. It came to Hawkins. Kicks up in the air. Holmes underneath it. Gathers it. Breaks one tackle. Then goes to ground. Ball jars free. Brayshaw might have been legged. Got a hand pass forward. He was legged, Brayshaw. Worked it on towards Lever when the umpire blew the whistle, and Brayshaw will have it at left full-back for Melbourne, whose lead is a remarkable 78 points, the 26-minute mark of the third term on Grandstand AFL.
Brayshaw kicks short to Hibbard. In the right back pocket. Hibbard goes long. Kolajasny comes up, takes the intercept mark for the Cats. 60 from their attacking goal. Wants to go quickly, looking for a leading Rowan. Oliver gets in the way. Can't complete the mark though, Oliver. Atkins at the fall. Handball to Stanley. Handball to Close. Handball to Dangerfield. 60 out. Hooks it back towards full forward. Hawkins in good position. Oh, did he drop it? He did. Just at the last moment. Gets it out to Myers. Kick smothered. Desperate defending. And then Brayshaw loops a handball to Hibbard. Loops a handball to Neil Bullen, who kicks beyond defensive 50. And the D's might be away.
It sat there for Pickett. He hand passes to Langdon, takes a bounce. He runs down the southern wing. Hand passes back inboard for Pickett. Stabs the pass forward. He wanted McDonald's. It ricochets off hands and over the boundary line for a throw-in. Langdon and Duncan share a laugh after Duncan bumped him over afterwards. What about the smother here?
Petty, was it?
Petty, yeah, I reckon it was. It was Petty.
What about the numbers in the screen?
Well, they have like 6 demons. Yeah. Oh, in the screen itself, 6 demons to 1 Cat, and Petty still wouldn't give up a goal. As Oliver from the restart hacks it away, it's marked across half back.
It's been great, Petty, hasn't he?
Great 3-possession game. Yeah, massive impact.
Hughes
plays his role.
Absolutely.
Shifts it to Dangerfield. Will kick down the southern wing. Duncan has got free. Takes the mark uncontested at right half forward. Moves it to Hawkins. Bounces in front of him. And then just avoids the attempt to tackle of Langdon. Was able to shovel a hand pass out. Langdon's able to pick it up. Hawkins decides to tackle him. There'll be a ball up. 60 out from Geelong's attacking goal at right half forward. It's all Melbourne on the scoreboard. 78 points the Demons lead. 28 gone in the third.
Gawn and Blitzarves. Gawn slaps it forward to Oliver. Handball to Jordan, the sub. He's run down. Umpire says play on. Petrarca comes and picks it up. Handball to Oliver and then out of play. Neutral territory on the southern wing. Clayton Oliver just pointing at the scoreboard to his opponent.
Just the mid's ability to leave the contest. Better than the Cats. He's still pointing.
Still pointing. Umpire spins it back in. Southern wing. Stanley wins the tap this time. Petrarca coming through. Tackled to ground on the logo. Ball jars free. Close then tackled by Gawn, who's been looking for a little bit of contact today. Some skin on skin. Big Maxi had a big day. 5 goals on the evening. The D's by 78.
He gets the ruck win and the clearance up into the air. Close couldn't mark. Pickett looks to steal it away and try to tap it to his own advantage. Stolen by Dangerfield, who was strong. Came to Stanley, then to Zach Guthrie. Kick from Views towards right half forward. No mark taken. It's over the boundary line for a throw-in. Bridget Lacey is watching on downstairs.
Yeah, Gary Rowan came to the bench looking sore and he's been having some treatment, but Sean Higgins has got the training top off and it looks like he's entering the game for Gary Rowan.
Stephen May already subbed out. That's one of the stories of the game, the hamstring injury. High up on the right hamstring. From the restart, spills down to Bowie. Goes back by hand. It comes to Salem. Will kick down the line, but kicks it out of bounds on the full. Free kick to be taken here. And the Cats, they'll have it at right half forward. It's just about adding some respectability to the scoreline now. We've still got a quarter and a bit to go.
So Henry sets it up to the pocket in the direction of Blitzarves, but guess who? Oh, not quite. Max Gawn can't complete the mark. Comes out to Salem. Kicks beyond defensive 50 for the D's. Through the hands of Duncan. Henry, handball back to Duncan. Now Atkins just hooks a kick back towards full forward in the direction of Hawkins. Stanley in front can't mark, and Neil Bullen just gets it out of there. A clearing kick only as far as Henderson though. Henderson 60 out from the Cats goal. He'll go laterally, and Tui marks at left half forward. Now Tui runs around, pulls his kick to the pocket, trying to find Hawkins. Hawkins can't quite drag it in. Hibbert at the fall. Handball to Spargo. Handball to Petty. Kick smothered. Ricochets back towards Spargo. He's tackled by Hawkins, taken high.
Well played. Just ducked his shoulders just a fraction, I thought there.
So Spargo with the free kick. Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Yeah, it looks like a right hamstring problem for Gary Rowan as well. And officially from Melbourne, hamstring tightness for Stephen May.
This is Brayshaw. His kick really did set Oliver a task, and he got clattered into from behind by Selwood.
Not the greatest game to come on as a sub either, is it? Yeah, 80 down and play half an hour of footy.
No free kick. Oliver's up, takes his kick, kicks towards right half forward. Oh, Henry dropped the mark. He should have taken underneath it. The ball spills around, and Angola will try to gather. Look to shovel it out to Higgins. Early touch for him. Went straight back, though, to the Demons. McDonald kicks inside forward 50. Close up, marking. And Pickett literally close. Plays on by hand to Tui. Puts the Cats towards the southern side. Attacking the football lever up against Dangerfield. He knocked it forward to Holmes. Holmes will kick into space at right half forward. Petty will wait and gather. Under pressure, and Blitzarv's just got a hand pass away. He's able to run it along the ground. Able to work it on towards Jordan, who kicks short once more. He wanted Langdon. The pressure came from Duncan. A free kick. It's going the way of Langdon. Got taken a little bit high. He'll have it at left half back. 17-8 the Demons. The Cats are 5-2. And Melbourne supporters, even the most fatalistic, even the most pessimistic, can enjoy a quarter to come here at Perth Stadium. Because if you're a Demons fan, your team is up by 78 points. 17-8, 110 to 5-2, 32. They've dominated everything. What does Chris Scott say at three-quarter time? Indeed, what does Simon Goodwin? Melbourne have got 10 different goal kickers. Max Gawn, though, he has been the superstar. 5 goals to his name. 2 to Brown, 2 to Spargo, singles to Harms, Petrarca, McDonald, Neil Bullen, Fritsch, Sparrow, and Pickett's got a couple as well. While for Geelong, they're 5 goals that they didn't add to in that quarter at all. Just the one behind for the turn for the Cats. Stanley, Cameron, Smith, Hawkins and Myers. It is all Melbourne. They lead by a remarkable 78 points at three-quarter time, wherever you're listening. On ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
On the stumps, big shout for a leg before, and she's given.
Women's international cricket.
They come for a second. Throw on its way. Shoot right out.
Australia versus India starts September 21.
Being vaccinated is an important step
to things getting back to normal. Or at least, as screwed up as they were before the pandemic.
Hi, we're here to share some Vax facts. Also, here's some people who actually know what they're talking about.
Vaccines are saving lives.
Vaccinations have been around for centuries.
So will the vaccine work against these new pesky variants?
The vaccines are working against known variants.
Booster shots in the future will help us keep up. I've had 2 jabs. I've had mine.
Get yours.
The 2021 AFL Final Series. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Hand pass to Petrarca. Langdon provides the shepherd. Kick inside forward 50. Fritsch. There's a bit of push and shove going off the ball here. Selwood was involved with Langdon. Didn't spot what started it. But this will be 50 to Melbourne. Bailey Fritsch can't miss and doesn't. He puts it into the second tier.
Bounce in the middle. Gawn. Straight to Viney. To Petrarca. He bursts out of the middle. Gets around one. Handball to Gawn. Attacking edge of the square. 55 out. Gawn on the fly. Gawn goes bang.
The restart. Melbourne will win it again. They get the clearance through Oliver into the middle of the ground. It's sat there for McDonald, who gathers and snaps. Delight at Perth Stadium.
Gawn takes it out of the ruck. You are kidding me. Party tricks from Big Max. He knocks it onto his boot. Snaps on goal. From the pocket, he's got 4.
Rivers kicks long inside 50. Oh, you can do no wrong, Big Max. They stand up and applaud Max Gawn. Gawn's kicks on its way. It is footy to the max at Perth Stadium. Rowan taps it along the boundary line. Oh, running to Gawn has just smashed him. Oh, Max Gawn, there's nothing he can't do at the moment.
The 2021 AFL Finals Series on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
He said to his Demon teammates, "Come with me into a grand final." Their skipper Max Gawn has been nothing short of sensational. And the Demons lead is 78 points. It's a big night too for the capital city of Victoria. Their rugby league team, the Melbourne Storm, has won the qualifying final in the National Rugby League, beating the Manly Seagulls 40 points to 12. And goodness me, Demons fans can get ready for a grand final appearance on September 25. What do we make of all of this? Shane Woden still wearing his grand final jumper from 2000. Cara Antonio, Fremantle AFLW captain, and Harry Taylor, dual premiership cap.
Can't believe Harry's taken off his Geelong kit. Come on, Harry, stick with them.
No, to be fair, he's still got the hat on, Harry. Good on him.
I'm very envious of this man, of what he was able to achieve, and how much finals he did play. And have a few dingle-dangles around your neck. So hopefully that's is now the boys. Oh, they've played super footy tonight, haven't they? And look, they've been great around the contest, but what I've been super impressed, I know they've kicked 17 goals already tonight, but they've limited Geelong to 5. I know they've got their hands on it, but defensively and what they've been able to do, and they've been the best team in the comp this year at defence and team defence, and how organised they are behind the ball. As soon as they're out of play and they can't impact contest, their ability to anticipate turnover and shut and deny Geelong down has been very impressive up here.
Yeah, I agree, Wally. That's what I've been most impressed with. Just the defensive style that they play. There's such a collective unit back there. We've mentioned often throughout the call how players don't appear to be standing next to a direct opponent, but they cover for each other. Gawn's gone to Hawkins to help others stay free. Petty hasn't had a big possession game, but his ability to spoil and scrap, that's what's impressed me the most. Being a sort of dour defender myself, I really appreciate that part of the game, and seeing how well they're connected is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's been impressive.
I can't agree more. And the other thing for me is the mindset of the Melbourne players. Like, they're 78 points up, about to go on and play a grand final in a couple of weeks, but the way that they're still defending, they're still smothering, they're still chasing, they're still tackling, they're +2 in the tackles and they're 78 points up, and the offensive, the run, the carry, they don't just want to win this game, they want to absolutely annihilate the Geelong Cats, and they're going to put themselves in a pretty good spot in this final quarter to do so.
Yeah, their hunt tonight's been outstanding. 14 goals from stoppage, just dominated that score source. 5 goals from centre bounce. 4 in that last quarter. That's extraordinary.
+32 in contested possessions, the D's. They're also at 49 more disposals, inside 50s, +16. And Geelong only 39 marks.
Gawn wins the tap. Going to be a free kick, though, going against him to Radigalia. Hasn't done much wrong tonight, Gawn. That didn't go his way. Radigalia plays on to Cam Guthrie. Kicks the Cats towards left half forward. Salem, that is a good mark. Up against Higgins. Able to drag in the football. Very impressive. He'll kick towards centre half back, and there's a 50 being spotted here.
Approached. Not sure which player it was.
Didn't spot it myself, to be honest. Salem's brought towards centre wing. He'll kick quickly inside forward 50. Had a bit more on it than he wanted. Going up was Radigalia. Might work for Sparrow, though, behind him. Tried to tap it to his own advantage. Now soccers it towards full forward. Coming out, Henry gave it to Cam Guthrie, to Radigalia under real pressure. Well tackled by Sparrow. Spilled out to McDonald. He's under pressure too. Lost the football. Got tackled. Close was able to work it away to Higgins. Moves it on to Myers, then to Cam Guthrie, to Dangerfield, wrapped up by Viney, just got the kick away towards left half back, taken by Langdon, then Rivers, and his kick's turned over. Henry marks and then slips over as he runs backwards, and then a free kick's gone against McDonald, and what's happened is he slipped over here, Henry. McDonald has thought he was playing on, moved in and then got pinged for encroaching. Very tough. The Cats quickly towards right half forward. It comes to Smith. Now to Cameron. He breaks one tackle, kicks towards full forward. Lever coming back, made sure of it. He made sure that he thumped it into the crowd. A one-on-one battle. And he added the extra support. Hawkins up against Petty. Well done to Lever.
Good cover, isn't it, Harry? Just
outstanding cover. Again, we just haven't seen that enough from the Geelong defence.
So Salem with the kick in. Goes as long as he can towards Max. Hands to it. Can't grasp it. Tom McDonald roves. Gives it off by hand to Oliver. His kick spits out towards Petrarca, who marks on the wing. Handball to Sparrow. Or Spargo, rather, who kicks to half forward, and Fritsch can mark. Now Fritsch looks inside 50, trying to find Holmes! Oh, upstairs he goes! And drags it in. All over the top of Henderson.
I didn't think it was the greatest decision to go there, but
no, either.
Holmes made him look good.
One of the rare sports where you can knee someone in the back of the head and get the ball yourself.
Yeah.
The great grab. Took it at the highest point as well.
Geelong all
Great
just went
elevation.
too far forward at half forward there, and a couple of Melbourne players hung out there.
He's already got one. He shanks his kick. Misses badly, misses the lot. Out of bounds on the full.
Altitude sickness.
Struggling to reacclimatise, you reckon, down at ground level, Harry. 77 points remains the D's advantage.
Oh, that's very good. The kick into the middle of the ground. Salem marks. He'll turn it back from whence he came if he wishes. He's got options around him. He wanted to go with a short hand pass. Instead, he'll stab it towards Bourne, leading out and marking.
That's a delivery.
I mean, we don't talk about ruckman winning Brownlows and these sort of awards all that often. Is this bloke a genuine chance? I mean, he's been outstanding all season, hasn't he?
All year. Yeah, they just don't poll that well, do they?
But gee.
Even their two best mids are going to probably dominate the count.
Yeah. Before tonight, he'd never kicked more than 3 goals in a game. He could be about to double that, Max Gawn. It's been a monstrous night. From 50 out, he's going to give it everything. And in giving it everything, he's missed everything. Out to the right. Free kick to be taken by the Cats. I reckon he had every right to take the shot tonight.
We've mentioned about Petrarca, Viney, Oliver, but Salem, I think you mentioned while we 617 metres gained, and his delivery, it's just elite, isn't it?
Yeah. He was first class tonight, particularly early.
Cats go up the middle. Selwood receives the mark, gives the handball to Smith, kicks them inside attacking 50. Cameron tries to knock to his advantage. Petty gets a hand in. He's been huge as he gives it off to Petrarca, who kicks to the wing. Zach Guthrie with the spoil. Throw in on the interchange gates.
He just left Hawkins, who was 40 metres off that contest. Petty to roll over, support his teammate, get involved in the chain. Great team defence.
Phil from Thornbury says Geelong fans are praying for lightning.
Gawn palms it down in front. Holmes is tackled very quickly and will get a secondary stoppage. So 77 points, 17-8, 110, plays 5-3-33, 5 minutes into the fourth.
Lutzavs wins it down. Trying to shovel it out, Jordan. Stolen by Higgins. It comes now to Smith. Back to Higgins. That was a nice hand pass to release him. Higgins kicks towards full forward. Petty front position against Hawkins. Got a fist to the footy. Spills towards the boundary line. Langdon did well. Allows Petty to gather again. And he finds Sparrow. Petty has been terrific tonight. Sparrow good too. Towards the outer side to Spargo. Marking just shy of the southern wing. Melbourne kicking to the left of our broadcast position in this final turn. The Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium. As Langdon marks short and goes back again to Spargo once more. He's Sending it towards right half forward now, and Henderson sliding out. Has he taken the mark? It might have bounced right in front of him. Umpire does say play on. The Demons try to rip it away through Petrarca. It's already done that once tonight. Instead, it's going to be a ball up at right half forward, about 60 out from the Demons' goal.
So Blitzarves and Jackson, both with hands on it. Spills out to Selwood. Handball to Smith, handball to Tui. The Cats off half-back. Tui just kicks to grass on the northern wing. Atkins tracking it, paddles to his own advantage. Coming across, trying to get involved, Jordan. He now paddles, eventually gathers. He's tackled close to the line. And the umpire will come in and ball it up just inside the field of play between wing and right half forward for the Cats.
You wonder how Nathan Jones is feeling right now.
Yep.
Sitting upstairs in the stands. Elated for his teammates, but internally...
Yeah, he's been a heart and soul player, hasn't he, for a long period of time. He's done a lot of the heavy lifting, wore a lot of the criticism for his team and his teammates.
Stayed around,
yep.
You know, saw out the bad times when they were at the bottom.
There still might be a role for him. You never know what will happen in the next fortnight.
It's always a hard luck story or two, isn't there? Bob Murphy. There's always an example.
Matty Primus missed Ports. He was their captain, of course, and Warren Treadray was the man. There was a free kick from that ball up, so Blitzarves kicks laterally and finds Menegola. He comes infield again for Smith. Smith hasn't really stopped trying, has to backfeed a handball here to Henry. He chips short, and Atkins can mark. Still in their defensive half, in the middle of the ground, the Cats. Atkins goes up the middle. Holmes marks, wheels and goes. Kicks inside 50, looking for Ratugolea, but Lever's there.
He's been good also down there.
Yeah, so another intercept mark for Jake Lever, 25 out from his defensive goal.
Switch of play. It's a Petty in the left-back pocket. Always good to have our international listeners with us through the AFL app. Mark's in Slovenia. Says, I've lived my whole life never really expecting to see another grand final. I can scarcely believe it. The kicks towards left half forward. Jackson up. Big mark again. Loves a contested grab. Moves quickly towards Viney to Salem. His kick was knocked down by Duncan. Bounced its way towards Neil Bullen, who provided a shepherd for Viney to pick it up. And then his kick is intercepted. Mark taken on his chest across half back by Zach Guthrie. Gives it to Smith. Moves the Cats to the middle of the ground. This is Selwood. Hand pass to Higgins. The Medi sub back to Smith. Smith's hand pass was knocked down by Brayshaw. He tries to knock it forward, only as far as Rivers though. Got it to Jordan for the Demons, who are away again to Spargo. He's got it just shy of right half forward. Sends it on towards Fritsch. And he marks about 60 from goal. Pauses for a moment. Harms is free if he wants him. He'll put it into the right forward pocket instead. Slapped through for a rush behind off the hand of Henderson. It's a minor score. The Demons 17-9, 111. Geelong 5-3, 33. Melbourne's lead is 78 points.
So Menegola with the kick in. Runs his measure, kicks up the middle. Ratugolea can't quite complete it. Jackson Roves gets the handball away to Bowie. His handball chopped off by Holmes. Handball looking for Ratugolea. The D's go in again. Jackson knocks it out. Bowie crashes in. It comes out to Jackson, to Rivers, and now to Brayshaw. He kicks laterally across half-back. A good kick to Langdon. Langdon wants to move the D's to the southern wing. Fritsch kicks forward of the southern wing. Spots the chest of Spargo, who chips it short to Neil Bullen.
Just the little things there from Melbourne, from Neil Bullen, Bowie, just little knock-ons.
Neil Bullen goes inside 50 towards Max. Hands to it, no mark taken. Down in front, close. Oliver then onto the loose footy for the D's. Handball back to Spargo. Plenty inside 50. His kick partially smothered. Ricochets to Zach Guthrie for the Cats. He steadies and he spots up Menegola with a good kick. So Menegola at right half back. 78 points the D's advantage. 17-9, 111. Geelong 5-3, 33. Max Gorm with 5 goals.
Menegola switches play to Higgins. He'll move it on again to Selwood, who marks at right half back. Plays it towards Duncan. Bowie was able to knock it down to ground for Melbourne. Everything going the Demons' way. Good work again from Bowie. He's been terrific as Jordan kicks the left half forward and Fritsch. No one to go to inside forward 50 for a moment. He has the pause. Lovely kick. Delivered it perfectly onto the chest of Sparrow, who marks at the top of the 50.
I'd go to Max one-on-one on Henry. Sitting on the goal line himself.
He's going with the Kirtley Ambrose run up here, Sparrow.
It's almost starting where the cricket pitch would be.
Yes. He's got a long way back. Has a goal tonight. Just 6-3 for the season, though. Stuttering start from 51 out. He gives it plenty. It starts to swing left. It misses left. A minor score. What's that now? 17-10, 112 to Geelong, 5-3, 33. Melbourne's lead out to 79 points.
The sixth time this year that E's have gone past 100. They've won all of the previous 5. That'll be a perfect 6 from 6 after tonight. Higgins at half-back for the Cats, kicks up the middle. Stanley can only backhand it down. Holmes onto the footy. Menegola, handball to himself in the end. Snaps the ball, bouncing towards half-forward for the Cats. Duncan slaps it on cleverly. Cameron tracks it. Petty comes out. Knocked on by Cameron. Hawkins slips over. Time to recover. In the pocket. Wants to share it. Kicks a bouncer towards close. Left forward pocket. Cameron. He can't gather it. And if anything sums up the Cats' night and the Demons' defence, that was it. The goal looked like a fait accompli, and they made a meal of it.
They just didn't give up. The ability to slide back, support from the fat side of the ground, and influence the contest. Outstanding play.
Hawkins wins the tap from the throw-in, straight down to Oliver. Now Bowie, handball around the boundary towards Langdon, who carries it out. A throw-in left forward pocket, Bridget Lacey.
Started to fall again, guys, for the first time since pre-match, and Maxi Gawn's come to the bench. Surely he doesn't come back on the ground again.
I think he might have one more little stint for a couple of minutes.
Spun back in. Jackson won it down. Petrarca eventually picks it up, threw it on the boot, towards the outer wing. Just tracked towards the boundary line. It's going to tumble over for a boundary throwing. Do you sit players down now?
They did in the first final. Gawn, Petrarca, Oliver and May were the last 4 on the bench.
It's just that extra, potential extra long break. Maybe they look at approaching it a little bit differently. I'm not too sure.
Spun back in again as Harry Taylor makes his appearance on Channel 7. Kick around the body from Duncan towards left half forward. Salem waited underneath it. Menegola saw it over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Just saying, with his form this year and the amateur competition he's playing in, could still be out there.
I'm not too sure about that. There's probably, from what I understand, Melbourne have got a full list of players. They're all healthy, they're all fit. So there's some players out here probably thinking, I need to keep playing as well as I possibly could to make sure I have to front up in the grand final.
Fitzarves won it down and bobbled around. Jackson couldn't take it a first time or a second. Knocked forward by Oliver. Eventually Duncan picks it up. Hand pass straight to Oliver. Hand passed over his shoulder. Now I've come to Higgins. The Cats get it eventually. Kicks into the left forward pocket. Brayshaw, courageous, knew that there was people coming the other way. Got a fist to it. Free kick though. It's been spotted. Hawkins will have an opportunity to try and kick the Cats' first goal since the 31-minute mark of the second term.
It's there. Yep. It's got some decisions, don't they, H, with list management at the end of the year. I know they're difficult ones to be had. But where does it sit, you reckon, now for a lot of these? There's 11 or 12 players out there that are 29 and above.
Hold your thought for a moment. The cheers are for Oliver coming off the ground. Tom Hawkins from 49 metres out. Left forward pocket. The kick. Not what he wanted.
It's interesting.
5-4, sorry, mate. 5-4, 34 to 17-10, 112.
Hibberd, for me, looks like the only player over 30 on Melbourne's list. Geelong have got multiple players in that category. So, yeah, they do need to probably look to change things up.
Reinvigorate it a little bit.
Yeah, it's a tough one because there have been such great players, a lot of those senior players. It's a fine balance between getting a mix of youth and experience.
You do want your champions to go out on their own note.
Yep.
The D's chipping it around in their D50. Eventually, Bowie to Rivers just beyond the arc. He tries to go really wide, too wide, out of bounds on the full. Langdon was standing on the line. So Oliver's on the bench. Gawn is down there. You would think those two are done with just under 8 minutes to play. And the free kick, close, goes back to Zach Guthrie. Short to Kolajasny, who wants to switch it. Henry close to the northern wing, just backward of the logo, takes the mark, feeds a handball forward to Atkins. Atkins will look for a leading Danger. Danger can't quite complete the mark, so hooks across his body, and it lands in the lap of Jack Viney, the former skipper of the D's. He was 5 months old when his dad Todd lost a prelim final in 1994 to the West Coast Eagles. He's going to win one tonight as he kicks the D's to the wing. Coming up, Jackson off hands, it tumbles out.
Mexican wave going around at Optus.
They're enjoying it. And the crowd officially 58,599. 58,599.
Most I've seen here.
Massive crowd in at Perth Stadium. The kick's back inside forward 50 for the Cats. Hawkins elects to try to soccer it. Came off the side of the boot, maybe more the shin, into the left forward pocket. Langdon's back there for the Demons. Hand passes to Rivers. Takes a bounce. Almost gets away from close. His kick was poor. Straight down the throat of Smith. Couldn't believe his luck. Smith for the Cats. Kicks long towards goal. It's a thumping kick. It bounces. Was it touched on the way through? We're going to have a big discussion here.
It's great work by the WA public, nearly 59,000.
Now, what is the call from the officials? Umpire's call was it was a goal. Flying for it was Stanley, stretching.
Touched.
Yeah, definitely touched. Last line of defence was what was required for Melbourne. You can see on the replay there. Right, Fish getting to the football to see it through for a minor score. That is one impressive thing about the Demons. They've given up nothing when they knew that they were through.
That's what I mean. The mindset of the playing group to just keep playing their way, taking the game on defensively and in offence has been outstanding.
Harry, did you have any prelims that you won comfortably? I feel like most of yours were close.
We beat West Coast in 2011 by around 60 points from memory. That was a day game, afternoon game at the G to allow West Coast to potentially come back if they had won the game. I think that was probably the one we won by the most. Generally, not sure about the score last year against Brisbane, but yeah, those two probably stand out for me.
Throw in at half forward for the Cats. The D's come away with it. Neil Bullen receives it from Harms. Kicks to half forward, bouncing ball. Kolajasny tracks it. Fritsch is there. Bounce favours Fritsch. Paddles to his own advantage. Can't quite gather. It spits out to Pickett. He'll snap across the body. There's a cherry on top. Cozzy's got 3. And the D's are headed to the grand final. It's a time to revel in and enjoy for Demons fans. 18-10, 118. They lead Geelong 5-5-35, 83 points.
Just again kept the ball alive, kept the ball in motion, and, 83 points up. Cozzy Pickett, love the way he plays, loves the way he goes about it, and snap around the corner is his bread and butter.
It's some nervous defenders from either Port or the Dogs watching those sort of things. Unbelievable.
Bridget Lacey's downstairs.
I reckon the guys on the bench right now for Melbourne tell a story for you. Max Gawn, Clayton Oliver, Christian Petrarca and Jake Lever.
I reckon that's a pretty fair point.
Yeah.
Just on picking
a fair bit of time to go, though.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of time to go.
I want to cook.
I'd find room for Salem on that bench too.
Yeah, that's right.
Leaving it back on.
Can you play with 17 out there?
Just on Cozzy Pickett on grand final day. Norm Smiths do run in the family.
Yes, they certainly do. 04.
Yeah, 04.
04. Stanley wins it down. Dangerfield try to get it away to Guthrie. Off the deck, Selwood. Hand passed out to Menegola, back to Stanley, tackled by Harms, who then picks up the footy for Melbourne. Here they go again, the Demons. It's with Langdon to Spargo, who marks centre wing southern side, running by Langdon, gathers, kicks inside forward 50, French!
Just pop from contest so hard.
Their spread, their transition, not only offensively,
defensively as well. They value it.
They really do.
And we're speaking to Gary Pert pre-game about valuing things and where the growth's been, and the leaders have been driving all their standards. But I thought there's a big mindset and shift between their team defence and their defence and what they value.
Fritsch for their 19th of the night. It is a demolition. He's got 2. It's a red and blue procession. 19-10, 124 Melbourne. 5-5-35 the Cats. 22 gone in the fourth. It is only about the margin. The Demons have booked themselves a spot on the 25th of September.
Speaking of that margin, the Cats want to just be a little bit careful here. 100-point loss in a prelim doesn't sit well.
No, it doesn't.
Any time it's 3 digits, it's not a nice feeling, particularly when you've got a big summer coming up. There's a lot of time to sit and dwell on things come the end of the season. So they just need to dig in here and just find a way to keep it under that 100-point buffer.
$89 points. Bounce in the middle, Jackson and Stanley. Stanley goes early, it comes down to Viney. Sends the D's forward again. Bouncing ball inside 50, Buse attacks it. Wins it, handball to Cam Guthrie, handball to Atkins, handball to Dangerfield. Just backward of the logo, Dangerfield kicks inside attacking 50. Looking for Radaglia. Can't take the mark, paddles it down. Coming through Myers, able to get it off to Hawkins. Snaps on goal, bouncing ball, Hibberd. Just watches it bounce through the wrong side of the post for the Cats.
Hibberd came in through injury with Smith going out, so potentially now has a spot in the grand final.
Does Smith come back?
Big question.
19-10-124. Simon Goodwin said in his presser during the week his understanding was that he would be right for a grand final.
Wow. Hibbert's been great.
He's been very good.
Playing on Radaglia a lot of the night, undersized.
Pickett gets a kick away from centre wing towards left half forward. Awkward bounce for Neil Bullen. Sat there for Henry. Hand pass to Blitzarves. Hand pass under pressure back to Henry. Did well. Hand pass to right half back. It comes to Higgins. Got it back to Atkins. Kicks the Cats towards centre wing. Up and marking Stanley. Running by Cam Guthrie. Receives it on the logo. Tumbles a kick inside forward 50 down the throat of Petty. The Cats do have something to play for. Their previous worst ever loss to Melbourne is 79 points. Back in 1909. They're staring at, well, making that a worse record in a preliminary final of all things. They currently trail by 88 points.
Two oldest clubs in the land. 1858 for Melbourne, 1859 for the Cats, and 1909. Biggest ever defeat. Could be worsened here or better, depending on how you're looking at it, I guess. But Viney shovels out a handball to Harms. Inside 50. Don't argue on Selwood. Now runs in. Snaps on goal and misses. Just away to the right. Minor score. 19-10-124. Plays 5-6, 36, 25. Played in this final term.
Definitely leaving them on the bench. They're not coming on.
Looks like they're having a Sunday brunch at the moment, don't they? Very relaxed.
Cats look to work it away up the corridor. Trying to share it around as Zach Guthrie eventually gets a kick away towards Stanley, who marks just shy of the commentary wing. Melbourne's lead, as Ben said, 89 points. Kick is towards right half forward. Good mark again to McDonald. Back in defence at the moment. Takes it for the Demons. If you're a Melbourne fan, love to know what you're thinking after this. You've been through so much for so long as a football club. About to head into a grand final.
The Rivers was something coming off the ground.
No, I'll stay out there.
Stay on.
There's no passengers, is there, in this Melbourne outfit?
Particularly with respect, Shane, They will be going in no matter what happens between Port and the Western Bulldogs. As the favourites, as Jackson wins it down. Selwood stole it away, though, to Stanley, to Higgins. Hand pass back to Dangerfield. Sold a bit of a dummy towards Jackson, then got a kick away towards right half forward that'll bounce and tumble over for a boundary throw-in. 19-11-125. The Cats are 5-6-36. It's all the Demons. 26 gone in the last.
It's been a possession, no doubt.
Umpire spins it in. Jackson and Blitzarves in the ruck. Comes down to Viney in front. Quick little handball coming from Jordan. Can't find a target. We'll get another throw-in.
He's been big too tonight, Jack Viney. I thought he set the game up really well from a mid point of view. His ball-winning abilities, toughness, his clearance work early.
From the ball in, Jackson brings it down in the Viney direction. Blitzarves emerges with the footy. Kicks into the pocket. Shocking kick. Out of bounds on the full it goes. So for whatever it's worth as well, the D's this year played Port Adelaide once. They defeated them by 31 points in round 17 at the Adelaide Oval as Hibberd takes the kick in from the left back pocket up towards the wing. No mark taken. Higgins there at the fall of the ball. Buse, handball back to Higgins from 51. Goes long on the left towards the goal square, and the mark is taken by Cameron. He wants to play on, snaps the goal, hooks it through. Cameron kicks his second. And it's merely but a consolation prize for the Cats. 6-6-42. They move. Melbourne 19-11-125. 83 points the advantage. So they beat Port Adelaide in their only meeting this year, Melbourne. If they play the Bulldogs, 1-1 was the split this year.
Who would you rather as an opponent?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Who do they match up best against? The D's.
I think the midfield battle with the Dogs would be
great
really
contest,
it'd be a great contest.
Would.
But the transition and spread of Port, that in itself would be a match within the game. That would be really exciting to see as well. Jesse Cameron kicks the first goal, and then the goal with minute 34 on the clock and 2 touches in between. Just
no influence.
Not able to probably get himself going. Clearly they have lacked the supply.
Yep. For all the things that don't matter, really, Geelong have just been warned about a 666 infringement. Isaac Smith having to go forward. They win the bounce, though, and they'll get the clearance. Guthrie away to Menegola. Menegola kicks inside forward 50. Good battle there. Hetty was able to gather and got tackled immediately. Hawkins wrapped him up one way, Redigalia the other. It'll be a ball up. Can they bring this margin under 79 points, Geelong? It's 83 at the moment. The goal will do it. Jackson wins it down. Ball ricochets around. Radigalia couldn't quite pick it up. Stanley got it on towards Higgins. Just dribbled it forward with the kick. Brayshaw intercepts to Langdon. Back to Brayshaw. Steps away from his opponent in Selwood and then thumps it long beyond defensive 50.
No mark taken. Loose footy picked up there by Menegola, who wheels. Will kick back inside attacking 50. Looking for a marker there in Radigalia. He can't take the mark. Brayshaw able to backfeed a handball to Salem. Salem goes short to the pocket. Able to find Jordan. And the D's will probably possess it as Jordan goes short to Rivers.
Just for young players. Rivers, Jackson, Jordan, Bowie, Pickett. Going to play in a grand final.
So Melbourne will just look to control it as they run the clock down on one of the greatest nights in this football club since they were formed right back in 1858. Tonight it truly is a grand old flag. Melbourne are into the grand final. They've had their biggest ever win over Geelong. The Demons victorious by 83 points.
It's a grand old flag, it's a high-flying flag. It's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Should old acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
For the first time in 21 years, Melbourne are through to the last day of the season. A thumping win over Geelong, victorious by 83 points. They led by 27 at quarter time, by 29 at the half. They piled on goals to lead by 78 at three-quarter time, and they celebrate an amazing win. Max Gawn imperious with 5 goals, the Demons by 83.
And old flag, it's a high-flying flag. It's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Should old acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
Their supporter base transplanted from Melbourne to Perth. But those in red and blue in the west with an almighty cheer. The Demons into the 2021 Grand Final. And their hopes of ending an ache that has lasted more than half a century remains alive. Can they win a 13th flag in 2021? At the scene of one of their worst defeats, the preliminary final of 2018 when they were thumped by the Eagles, they returned and showed everyone how impressive they are. The minor premier into the grand final. 19-11-125, the Cats 6-6-42. Shane Woden wearing the Melbourne jumper. How are you feeling overall? Sum it up for us for our Melbourne fans that are listening in around the nation.
Oh, there's genuine excitement internally, a bit of relief. It's been a long time coming for the group, and particularly after 18, I think now the time is right now that you can feel really excited now for the group that this may be the year. I know they've still got to go through 2 hours of hard work and go to war against the next opposition, but I think this one it means a lot for the footy club. It means a lot.
Forget the group. What about yourself?
Yeah, I'm excited. Yeah, that's that the old Melbourne group past players. That messages have flown through. They've been excited all day, and yeah, it's a proud moment. It's a very proud moment.
Reports of David Schwartz apparently in tears. It meant so much to him with what was able to be achieved with the club having been through so much. Talk of a merger, of course, against Hawthorn that had to be fought off. Yeah. The terribly emotional moments, the loss of Jim Steins,
the debt they were in,
Broadbridge, the debt they had to come out of,
and which Jimmy got the club out of. He was right behind it. There's been so much that's gone wrong at the time. They've lost a lot of greats through some horrific times. But I know this playing group, they respect their past. They really do. It means a lot to them. And I know the people in Victoria will be loving this moment. And all over the country right now. And look, I played a small part in that, and you feel really proud that this group now hopefully can take it another step.
It is the story of Melbourne. It is the fairy tale story of this final series, and we've seen fairy tales come true a number of times in recent years. With a wave, the Bulldogs won 2016. Richmond broke through to end the drought in 2017. Could this be the year for the Demons? And what about their captain? What a night for Max Gawn. Stunning in everything he did. So much to talk about. The serious and the disappointing side is on the other side of the equation. What does it mean for Geelong? So many senior players. How many of them may have played their final game for this football club? But for the actual contest itself, Cara, Shane, Harry, when it is such a thumping result, hard to pick moments apart, but tell us your initial reaction. for what we just saw unfold in front of us?
I just thought defensively, an outstanding effort to keep a pretty quality side in Geelong to 6-6. Yep. That's an unbelievable effort. That takes a collective to do that. You can't rely on one or two players to make that happen. That is everyone on the field. And that was probably the most impressive thing for me. You speak about Melbourne's history. I've played in a game one day down at Geelong. Might have been around 2011. I think we beat the D's by close to 200 points. It's pretty close. Yeah. At that point in time, I just thought this club is...
rock bottom.
Absolute rock bottom. Absolutely rudderless. They had Lyndon Dunn tagging Matthew Scarlett at full-back in the goal square.
That was the end of Dean Bailey's coaching.
That's correct.
Yeah, that was the time when you just... Like I just thought this isn't right. This is something not right.
I think it's the most embarrassing moment in the footy club's history that day.
Yep. And you think now, fast forward 10 years, it may have been, and they're playing in a grand final. An outstanding sort of sense of resilience is what I feel when I think about the footy club and what they've been able to achieve, and just seeing the players tonight, really embrace each other post game, certainly even before the game and during the game. That just shows a team who is extremely united.
Oh, just such a wonderful club. You know, it's obviously the fairy tale that they want. They've got one more to go, but just to see the passion within the playing group that you mentioned, Harry, all the fans that have come out to almost get the 60,000 here at Optus for a game in Perth is fantastic. But just a 4-quarter effort for a team that, were up. Probably the game was probably gone, halfway through the third quarter, to be honest. But they continue to fight, they continue to run, chase. They out-tackled Geelong, and you could see how much this meant to them. You could see how much they wanted it. And I reckon the moment for me, Maxi Gawn kicks 5, but the tackle that he laid on Rowan, the chase down tackle is just, he set a tone from the start, and you could tell how much he wanted to make it all the way, and he thoroughly deserves it.
48 uncontested marks tonight for the Cats. So, again, just going on your words, Harry, just how much they denied Geelong. And that's defensively. That's attitude. There's system to it, absolutely, but it takes intent and real purpose and a bit of energy. And you do see how united they are on field and how connected they are. And they value it, which, again, I thought 18-19, they didn't. Particularly in general play, and their mids didn't value defence, where now everyone's buying. And it's a real true credit to Goody and what he's been able to do and turn it around, and with the influence of what he's got in his coaching box also. But as a club front, awesome.
Let's head down into the rooms for the Melbourne song.
So the D's getting all of the players involved down in the rooms to celebrate, singing their grand old flag, Shane Woden, as we look out at some of the D's fans who are overwhelmed with emotion.
Yeah, how exciting is that?
Seeing their team back through to a grand final. Sharon Neal-Bullen, Alex Neal-Bullen's mum just shown, so she's over here. She lives in Adelaide, obviously, with the open border. Was able to get across and enjoy it all. Did have good support right throughout the night. Maxi Gawn. What is a really nice move now, and something that hasn't been spoken about a lot, is the decision to insert Max Gawn as captain. So a couple of years ago, they pulled the trigger and decided that they would move from Viney to Lever, and not that Viney's not a capable leader, but Max seemed to be the man, and now they're in a grand final.
Yeah, I must admit, I was a bit sceptical at first. Harry is a little bit of a lad when he first arrived, and how much that kept going. And I wasn't really sure as to why Jack was pushed down. Maybe Jack was too intense. I'm not sure. He's very driven. He's a very footy head, Jack. But I think Max had the balance where he can have a laugh and a joke and be creative and be the man, and then know when to go whack when needed. But apparently his leadership's been outstanding, how he does drive standards, but also have that balance, which is really important as a leader too, isn't it, Harry?
Yeah, it is, and hats off to Jack as well.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously...
embracing it.
Yeah, embracing the opportunity and sort of giving that opportunity to Max. I mean, that could have been really awkward. I'm sure it may have been at different stages, but he's obviously bought into that team ethos that we're speaking about. This particular player is the best leader at our club. I'm willing to, sacrifice the captaincy for the betterment of our entire group. AFL players are super competitive, and those things are sometimes difficult to do. There's egos that are pretty big. His willingness to hand that over, I think, is probably a bit understated.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he's a terrific young kid, Jack. He bleeds red and blue. There's a fair bit of family history within it, and I thought he was outstanding tonight. It may have helped him, didn't it? Release a bit of pressure. But Max has been terrific, and Max's consistency. But he's also got great help, and Purdy did mention off the top, didn't he, with his Lever, May, the support he's got in and around it. So it's not just one leader, and just because he's the title of the captain, but that leadership group and what it's been able to do, I think it's been really, really impressive from the outside looking in.
And for me, from the outside looking in, to follow on from that, Shane, it does feel like there's that great intangible about the D's this year, like Richmond had in 2017, like the Bulldogs had in 2016, maybe the Eagles even in 2018. It just seems like there's I don't know how to put it, a kinship, a connection. I don't know what it is. That's why it's an intangible, I guess. But there is something. What's the old quote? You know it when you see it. So
it certainly feels that way, doesn't it?
Clubs do seem to get on these momentums, just like they ride a wave of it. And I remember calling all the Western Bulldogs games in 2016 and being like, I couldn't believe the fairy tale. And then after seeing the fairy tale, then what I saw in 2017, I became a believer with Richmond, became a believer with West Coast. And as ridiculous as this probably sounds after they've just smashed Geelong, I'm now a believer with Melbourne. I can't wait for whoever they face, be it Port or the Western Bulldogs. But, yeah, there does seem to be something, as Ben said, the intangible about this group right now.
It's a difficult game to win, the prelim. I've always said it's physically, mentally, emotionally, and Harry spoke about it earlier too, just the process to get through it, the relief at the end of it, the build-up towards it. But, that's great. It's all well and good, but we play for one reason, and now this is the toughest one.
So that's my view as an outsider. From inside the camp, from the two premierships you played in, Harry, did you feel that we're on a wave?
Yeah, I think the listeners have got to understand the difference between the team that finishes last and the team that finishes first isn't sometimes as big as what it may seem. It is an intangibility. There's just something there that separates one team at the top of the ladder from the bottom of the team. Everyone can kick, everyone can mark, everyone, if you line them up in a 100-metre sprint, there wouldn't be much difference in speed, strength, all of those things. It is a cultural-based thing for me. It is about your culture and your ability to gel and bring people together. That is the biggest thing that makes the biggest difference.
Tremendous win by Melbourne. Sensational to watch. Into the grand final with an 83-point win over Geelong. Bridget Lacey's got a special guest with her. Bridge.
I do. Jack Viney, who you've been talking about a bit. Jack, can you believe it? You're into an AFL grand final.
I can't believe it just yet. I think this is going to take a few hours for it to sink in. But yeah, what an unbelievable game and what an opportunity.
And for you, someone who's bled red and blue for so long, Shane Woewodin just talked about that upstairs, following in your father's footsteps at this great club. You personally, what does it mean to you?
Oh, it means so much. I mean, this is what we sacrifice so much for. I obviously love the clubs that have been in this position, but I mean the amount of hard work and the journey I've been on with this playing group, it's been something special, and to get an opportunity to create history in a couple of weeks' time, it's why we do what we do. So you really look forward to it.
You've been so impressive all season, but there's always been that talk about the mental demons in finals, etc., etc. But you just keep ticking them off every time. Again tonight, so impressive. Were you surprised by the margin at the end?
Oh yeah, definitely surprised by the margin. Every time we play Geelong, it's a really close contest, let alone being in a preliminary final. So we really prepared as best we could. We expected Geelong's best. They're a phenomenal team. So what a time to pull out a special game. And like you said, it's something we've just done consistently throughout the year, which has been the most pleasing thing. So we've got one more game to bring our best.
Three upstairs for some questions. We've got Clint Wilden, Ben Cameron, Cara Antonio, Harry Taylor, and Shane Woeworden, who happens to be wearing his jumper from 2000 Grand Final.
Good man.
Jack, it's Clint Wilden. I'll dive in before the experts ask you the serious questions. I saw a lovely photo of the family on the front page of the Herald Sun today. Having to be away for so long from them and knowing what it means for so many people at home, can you put those emotions into words for us after that achievement?
Yeah, it's we'd love to have our families and our loved ones with us during this journey, but it's a small sacrifice to bring joy to so many people back in Melbourne and even in across the country. Like the amount of supporters we had come to tonight's game was phenomenal. So it's a small sacrifice. We'd love to have them here with us, enjoy the journey, but we've got to do what we've got to do. And there's one more job to be done.
One more from me. Were you surprised by how Perth has adopted Melbourne?
Oh, yeah. We've been caged up for 2 weeks. We haven't seen a soul other than the playing group and our staff. So to see some people here tonight, I thought was overwhelmingly a Melbourne crowd. The love we've received here in WA has been overwhelming.
Jack, congratulations, mate. It's Wowie here. Huge effort, mate.
Thanks, Wowie.
It's mate, very, very exciting for everyone, really, mate. Tell me, it's been a great journey, hasn't it? It's been a long journey, particularly probably since 18 when we got dismantled by West Coast on that occasion, mate. But for me, and looking outside, and from outside looking in, the difference, mate, the shift that's been made, and Harry and I were commenting on tonight. Defensively, you guys were impenetrable tonight. It was, I know you kicked 17, 18 goals, but your team defence and how you denied Geelong, it's an incredible effort.
Yeah, we've obviously had talent for a while, and it's just been about operating as a team. And like I said, our defence has been our strongest point throughout this year. And defence doesn't take talent; it takes teamwork and hard work. So that's been the most pleasing thing and the biggest shift from this playing group.
What about culturally, mate? Yeah, there's the stuff that happens on field, but off field, driven by your leaders, your standards, your training standards. Has that all gone to another level compared to previous seasons?
Yeah, absolutely. We've matured for a few years now. When we played finals in 2018, this was a really young, inexperienced team. It was the first time we played finals in 12, 13 years. Myself, that was my first finals series. So, we've continued to chip away at our standards. Being rock solid with our culture, that's been a work in progress, and the group's just continued to mature, continued to buy in and invest, and we've had a really strong output this season.
Jack, Cara Antonio here, fantastic win, congratulations, and personally for yourself with the 34 touches and 579 metres gain, an absolute bulldog tonight. Can you give us, just on the back of Wowie's comment about the culture, I just loved watching the non-playing group run onto the ground and embrace it, and they were just as happy as the 22 that pulled on the jumper tonight. That passion and connection, Wowie mentioned, and you just mentioned, it's gone to another level, but what's the shift from last year to this year in order to obviously just miss out on finals last year and now you're playing in the big dance?
Yeah, this season has it's certainly been a one club performance and season. We've been so fortunate with injuries throughout the year, and those guys in the VFL they're in such good form during their VFL season. They've pushed us and helped us continue to get better. So there was no question in the club's mind that we were taking the whole club up here to Perth with us to be along the journey, And who knows what's going to happen.
And the one thing that I mentioned throughout, I suppose, the second half, I mean, especially in that last quarter, you were 12 goals up at three-quarter time. What was the mindset? Because, you know, even the margin, I suppose, the defensive acts that we still saw, the smothers, the spoils, the tackles, the one-percenters, and even the run and carry offensively, what was the message, I suppose, at three-quarter time when we knew that the game was well and truly in the bag? What was the message from the coaching group?
It was just to keep going. It wasn't to take the foot off the pedal. It was to stay true to our game style, continue to execute, continue to be ruthless. So that was the mindset and the messaging coming into the third and last quarter.
Jack, Harry Taylor here, mate. Congratulations on an awesome individual effort and also collectively as a team, mate. One thing that impressed me so much is just the connection, yes, off field, but really visible up in the box on field, your connection with Maxi Gawn and your other midfielders. Just tell the listeners how you develop that sort of chemistry.
Yeah, just continue to work at it every session. Obviously Max is such a dominant force in the ruck, so teams really do prepare well for our stoppage stuff, and we continue to adapt and continue to try and get better. Obviously, Clayton Oliver, the season he's had, Petrarca, they've had some sensational seasons. The team put a lot of work into those players, and then we've got young guys like James Jordan, Tom Sparrow tonight, James Harms, Amos Brayshaw, Ed Langdon on the wings. Everyone's stepping up, playing their roles when they need to.
These fans down there getting very excited.
Luke Jackson's just doing some laps around the boundary and the crowd's going crazy for him.
Looked like he was about to take his shirt off, which I think got him excited. So
get it off. Get it off.
He is taking it off now, so might be about to give it to someone in the crowd. Jack, Max Gawn tonight, he did a couple of things that you just shouldn't be able to do at 210 centimetres. What did it look like from close up out there on the ground?
Sorry.
Can I just say that Luke Jackson, I'm glad his kicking's better than his jumper throwing because he's missed the crowd and it's dropped down into the locker room.
he's getting his gear off, throwing into the crowd. I'm sorry, I'm a bit distracted. What was the question again?
It was about the freakish things that Maxi Gawn was able to do as a 210 centimetre.
Yeah, you just stand there and in awe, really. Like you said, that's no ruckman should be able to do that kind of stuff. So. When he was pulling it off, it was just, I don't know, you shake your head at it, really.
Last one, and I think it's a great credit to you, the way that you were able to handle the transition with the captaincy from yourself to Max Gawn. Now you've had a couple of years to reflect on it. How do you?
Good question. It was just part of the journey, part of the process. The playing group and the club felt I was a man to co-captain alongside Nathan Jones for a few years, and then it was Max the sole captain. So, my mentality towards leadership, towards his playing group, towards his football club has never changed. It's just the powers higher above deciding what, and the playing group deciding what they felt was best moving forward. So. I moved on pretty quickly from it, and just continued to do what I do.
Last one from me. I can see Nathan Jones standing at the top of the race. It would be a truly heartbreaking story if he wasn't in a premiership winning side for the D's. What does he mean to this group?
Yeah, obviously, if Jonesy wasn't to play, it would be devastating. But, like I mentioned before, this has been a one-club effort the whole season, and Jonesy has been absolutely phenomenal. He's been doing so much work with our younger players from the pre-season. His attitude, whilst being out of the team, has never wavered, and he's been really pushing hard to selection, playing strong. So he's just as much a part of, this win tonight and the opportunity we get next week, regardless of whether he plays or not.
Is it a decision that you're glad you wouldn't have to face, Jack? Because goodness me, it's a tough one for him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm glad I'm not on the match committee selection.
Really appreciate your time. Congratulations. Sensational win. Well
Thanks,
done.
Guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Jack.
Jack Viney tonight led disposals with 34 of them. Petrarca with 32. I'm taking Ben Shot from him. I should let him do. Petrarca with 32. Ben, before we get final thoughts from our experts, we don't count 3 2s and 1s, but I'm always curious to know which way you would vote. Give us a couple of the numbers.
Yeah, Viney with 34 in the finish, Petrarca 32, Dangerfield 30, Isaac Smith 26. Overall, like we spoke about, Melbourne 374 disposals, Geelong 341. The marks, Geelong couldn't get their game going, only 57. The tackles, +3 Melbourne. Contested possessions, +30 for the Ds. Clearances, Geelong were +4 in that area, and the inside 50s, 55 to 42.
Sum it up for us, everyone. If we were to have a 3 2 and 1, the ABC Football of the Year is already safely in the possession of Clayton Oliver. If we were giving votes in our own version of the Gary Ayres medal, which way would you put them?
Special mention to Jack. I thought he was terrific. Did start the game very well and set the scene and the tone for how it was supposed to be played and how the brand they wanted. But very stiff, I thought. But we thought one would have been Christian Salem. His ability to set the game up from the back half and use his foot and leg and create what he did was fantastic. 2 to Petrarca. 3 shots on goal with his 32. 8 clearance. Outstanding play, but the ability to get forward impact in the front half, he's damaging, isn't he? And the 3 to the big fella, Maxi Gawn, kicked a 5, go with his 19. What did he have? 5 clearance and a heap of tackles too. So his 4-quarter dominant performance for a big guy of that calibre was outstanding tonight. He owned Geelong tonight. He was very good.
You're going to wash that jumper and wear it again on the 25th?
Absolutely.
Might wear it to bed tonight.
It's never been washed. They're not going to wash it now.
Never been washed.
It was clean on grand final day.
Wowie, what about that? Thank you very much for your company to Harry Taylor. Outstanding to have you along to Cara Antonio. Thank you for yours as well. It's a night for the true believers, for those who love a football fairy tale. Melbourne, still chasing their first premiership in 57 years, have given themselves another shot. They've beaten Geelong by 83 points. Look forward to bringing you the second preliminary final tomorrow. And, of course, Grandstand AFL continues around the nation. Thanks for your company from Perth Stadium.
The Eagles have landed on the MCG in 2018. It's a premiership masterpiece from the Tigers. All in yellow and black, a 12th AFL flag. The Tigers are still the best team in the land. 3 flags in 4 years for Richmond.
Who's next? The AFL Grand Final.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of netball.
You're listening to Clinchy's Corner on ABC Grandstand.
Dow pounces on it, puts it out in front of Harry Mackay. So Mackay leading the Coleman medal. Back in the team tonight. He's doing the set shot snap off a couple of steps and he sends it straight through.
Mackay close to the man on the mark, kicks from just outside 50. What a finish.
Well, we called it at the start of the day that it was set up for him to have a big day.
Puts it back to the hot spot. There he is again. Harry Mackay reaching up and clunks it. So Harry Mackay with the J curve bends through his third.
Hello, welcome to Clinchy's Corner. I'm Matt Clinch. A chance for us to chat in depth with a star of the AFL competition about their journey to the top level. This week on the program, we're joined by Carlton full forward Harry Mackay, becoming the first Blue since Brendan Favola back in 2009 to lead the AFL's goal-kicking in a season. Harry chats about what led to his breakthrough season.
Yeah, I think there's a few things that kind of came together. Yeah, I had a really good summer as well over the off-season and had a really good summer in the gym and on the track, so that kind of helped as well. And then I guess just building on confidence once you've had a couple of good games and you can do it at a level at a high standard, then it kind of snowballs and you go from there.
His relationship with David Teague.
Obviously, it's disappointing that he won't be here next year, but that's the industry and the club's made a decision, and obviously we back the club in, and Teague's got us to a point now where hopefully the next coach can come in and take us to the finals and get some success off the back of a few coaches over the last 5 or 6 years.
And what Carlton need in their next coach.
I feel the biggest improvement is still within the 45 players in the locker room. So, it's something that we're going to be working really hard over the summer. And whoever the new coach is, I look forward to working with them.
Harry Mackay, welcome to Clinch's Corner. Thanks very much for your time. Obviously, 13 teams are now out of the chase for the 2021 Premiership. Where do we find you on this weekend?
I'm actually at the club at the moment. Just I thought I'd get in early. I've got to do some weights and some rehab stuff on my shoulder after this. So just at the club, mate. But thanks